What's the story? Good morning. I'm convening. Oh, don't want to do that. Turn off my sound. Good morning. I'm convening today's meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee at 9:10. At this time, I'll move to item 2 on our agenda, which are remarks by the chairs and ranking members. Senator Kushner.
I have no remarks.
Senator Sampson. Representative Weir. Okay. Senator Sampson, did you have something?
No, sir. I just slow on the draw to get to the camera button. Thank you.
My apologies. No worries. Okay. Well, we'll now move on to item 3 on the agenda, which are concepts to be raised, bills for review, and bills for final action. So we're going to go a little out of order today. So our first bill will be SB 1427, an act expanding paid family medical leave insurance program benefits to certain school employees. JFS to the floor, LCO 6750. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
This bill extends the state's paid family and medical leave insurance program to cover public and non-public elementary and secondary school employees who do not need a professional certification for their position. It also correspondingly extends the State Family and Medical Leave Act to cover these employees for job protection. So they're the S language, I'm sorry.
Senator, I apologize. That's actually going to be our 4th item on the agenda. I meant to start with SB 1427, which is an act expanding paid family medical leave insurance program benefits to certain school employees.
Okay, I thought that was the one I was talking about.
Okay, okay. Well,
okay.
Go ahead.
Do you need to? I don't think I need to start over with the summarization. I assume people understand that this is a bill that will provide for the Paid Family Medical Leave Act to now expand to cover certain employees in public and non-public schools. The S language was to include the Connecticut FMLA job protections to those employees. Those are protections that every other employee that's covered by the program has, and it was simply inadvertently left out of the first draft. But that is, in essence, what we're doing here.
Thank you, Senator. My apologies. I was reading 2 different things before me. Any questions? Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And not so much as questions, but just a general comment. When this bill came before us, I was generally supportive until I had some conversations with some employers in my district about their experience with the paid FMLA program, which I just wanted to highlight here today and help illuminate why I will be voting no on this today. So an individual employer in my district had a couple both take paid family and medical leave when they had a child. So typically in this state, if you are married, both of them can't take the full FMLA at the same time. But because these 2 individuals were not married, they both were able to, and they took some extensive FMLA. I think the individual said up to about 12 months. And when one of the individuals who worked in a very specialized role on the factory floor came back to work, they had already trained another individual to take his spot, and the individual was performing exceptionally well, and there was no spots open in that area, so he transferred that individual over to another area on the factory floor. Same pay, same hours, same benefits, same everything, just a different activity. And he was actually fined by the Department of Labor because of that. He also has some concerns because of how generous the benefit is, up to 95% of a person's salary, up to $981 per week, which, I would like us to take a look at the incentives created by this program. If an individual might not be really losing any money at all, well, what if they get better before their leave is up? What if they're actually able to work sooner than the time granted? We should be taking a look at the incentives there and whether or not we're incentivizing people not to go back to work. For example, if an individual has to take care of let's say their spouse, and the doctor signs off on 12 weeks for them to go take care of their spouse. Well, under this law, that spouse, let's say they got back to work after 8 weeks, that individual could still be out for 4 weeks under this law. There are many different concerns that I have with this program, which is why I hesitate expanding it to any individual group before we take a look at those. And I have no issue with these school employees. I think they provide a wonderful service, but I just think we're really talking about a flawed program here, and that's why I will be voting against this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments?
Senator, Representative, I'm sorry, I can't raise my hand right now. So I apologize to everyone. I hope to have that sorted out in a few minutes and I'll be able to raise my hand. But I did want to respond to the concerns that were raised because I think there are some misunderstandings about the program. In the first instance that Representative Canino spoke about employees taking 12 months, to be clear, job protections and the paid family medical leave are limited to 12 weeks. Even if each individual were to take 12 weeks, it's limited to 12 weeks. And it can be extended in certain circumstances in the case of pregnancy to 14 weeks for the person giving birth, but it's not a 12-month leave. Additionally, in terms of incentivizing people not to go back to work, there has to be a medical need in all other instances other than bonding. So it would not be if a person was taking care of their spouse, it would not be, and the spouse went back to work, there would not be, unless there was a medical reason that the doctor certified, that person would not be able to extend their leave just beyond the time that care was necessary. So those are two programs. And I will say that of all the programs I've ever encountered in, that benefit working families like this one, I've only heard very positive feedback. And I would encourage the employer that you spoke to check in with the Paid Family Leave Authority. Maybe there was a misunderstanding there.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much for the recognition, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on my colleagues' comments, and forgive me, I'm not sure who the good Madam Chairman is talking with in the business community, but I hear nothing but horror stories about the paid family medical and leave program damaging businesses. And what's happened is exactly what me and others predicted several years ago, which is that it might take a few years, but what would happen is that eventually employees who are inclined to take advantage of this program and abuse it would figure out how to. And that is happening today. There are people right now taking extreme advantage of this program, using it without due and proper cause, and recognizing that because the benefits are so significant, it's free money effectively for not working. And while I'm sure it does perform a valuable function for some people, it's always happened without the choice of Connecticut taxpayers having this money taken out of their paycheck. It's always happened without the choice of Connecticut businesses wanting to participate in this program and being subjected to its terms. And I will continue to work to repeal this program, not expand it. And, this is just another situation where you're taking and creating an impediment for businesses to succeed and operate. And now you're going to put this onto municipalities who are facing, already significant financial difficulties. Every town I talk to has got massive concerns about budget increases and so forth as a result of rising costs. And here's another impediment that will be placed upon them again by the state government that does not seem to recognize the damage that they leave in their wake when they pass these laws without consideration. So I'm opposed today, just on the grounds of being opposed to the paid family leave program in general. This is the type of insurance that can be purchased voluntarily. You don't need to be forced by the state to have a payroll tax, money taken out of your paycheck against your will. You can go and purchase this type of insurance on your own. At least you used to before the state of Connecticut decided to compete with private business and potentially ruin a marketplace that used to be strong and vibrant. I'm adamantly opposed to this program. I see this bill, if it comes to the floor of the Senate, as an opportunity to have a discussion about the whole program and an opportunity for us to discuss whether or not it should be eliminated and repealed, or at least made into an optional program instead of a mandatory payroll tax. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me for the second time. And I wanted to apologize, Senator Kushner. I meant to say 12 weeks instead of 12 months. 12 weeks is still very significant for these employers. This employer in particular employs 140 people in my district, and last year suffered a loss of 3,800 man hours due to this program. I understand that most of those hours were probably due to some very important need, but we really need to take a full reevaluation of this program. So yeah, I will be voting no on this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Representative Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think when we're talking about programs or laws where now we have programs where the people of Connecticut can access them so that they can take the time necessary to take care of themselves, take care of their family members, those that identify as family members or caretakers, I would just prefer that there was data of arguments that are being made against a program that has helped hundreds of thousands of people here in this state. I know I can say anecdotally that many of my patients that I take care of, they have been able to utilize this program to be able to be with their new child and to have the flexibility and time necessary to bond with their child and to also heal, whether we're talking about childbirth or other medical procedures that are, essential to the process. And also, I have heard nothing but positive feedback, whether it's from people, residents, or businesses that are within my district and across the state, as we've all had conversations with people here in this building. So I would just urge and ask my colleagues before just coming in here and making general statements that they would please provide data and facts.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weir, followed by Representative Gothier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have heard anecdotally, and more than anecdotally, from business owners who have been affected, whether it's a small or medium-sized business, where we have employees who are out, perhaps for legitimate reasons and perhaps taking advantage of it. Mr. Chair, just a couple of questions, because if we're talking about data, what's the approval rate for employees when an employee requests leave? What is the approval rate from the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority?
Senator Kushner.
We have received regular reports with that data in it from the Paid Leave Authority. I don't have it with me here, but I'm sure you can get it. But the approval rate is high.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that information. I was just looking to see if we had anything current. I mean, the last year's testimony, it was around 75%, which means that 25% of the people applying are denied, even though they're paying into it. I don't know if that rate has changed. Do we have any more recent data, or is that a number that I can say is safe at the last time I heard testimony?
Representative Sanchez, I do have more recent data. It's now 80%. And I am, in all of my past discussions with the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority, in most cases, the reason that it's denied is because the individual making the application failed to provide the necessary documentation. They do work with people to make sure that documentation is approved, is provided. I know there was I think we'll see it go down as people get more aware of what the law provides in terms of this program, because unfortunately there still are people that think this is a paid sick leave program. So for instance, when people are out with the flu, they might apply for the benefit. When we had the initial program stand up, you might remember we were still experiencing high incidences of COVID, but due to the effectiveness of the vaccine and people's precautionary measures, in most cases, people were not hospitalized. And in some cases, they were only required to isolate, but that meant they weren't going to work. And there were many, many people, really, at that point, there were, I would guess, thousands of applications for paid family medical leave that were not, in fact, they weren't eligible for the benefit because it did not rise to the criteria under the program.
Representative Weir. Sure, absolutely.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to get a clarification on, you said that you believe the numbers will go down, at least that's what I thought you heard. Is that the approval number because people are confusing this with paid sick?
I meant the numbers of people denied will go down. I meant that people will become more familiar with when they're eligible for the program.
Okay, so you think the approval rate will go up as people get more familiar with it? Okay.
But I mean, needless to say, there's always going to be people who can't put together the proper documentation, or perhaps are, they are very thorough at the authority to make sure there isn't someone who is trying to take advantage of the program and isn't entitled to the benefit.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, what do we?
Can I just add one more thing? I'm sorry. I apologize if I was there. I want to make sure people understand that they can file a reconsideration if they feel like they were denied when they were entitled. And in that reconsideration, they often provide the documents. And on the reconsiderations, there's about an 85% approval.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that information. Mr. Chair, do we know what the current surplus, how much money the Paid Leave Authority is sitting on?
Senator Kushner.
I'm sure I can get the most recent data, but I know that the original surplus that we saw, I believe for last year, at the beginning of session last year, it was about $700 million, but it has gone down significantly as utilization has gone up. But it's something that the actuaries are very much aware of and watching carefully to know if there's going to be a point at which the contribution level is not high enough to provide for the benefits that we currently provide. We did have conversations with the Paid Leave Authority, and given the size of this group of employees relative to the size of the overall population that's enrolled, there is no actuarial concern about the solvency of the fund if we were to add this group.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that. And I don't have a ton more questions. I think I think generally speaking, this bill was brought into effect prior to my serving in this legislature. I know I had grave concerns about it. And the fact of the matter is, if the the paid leave authority was approving, I find it hard to believe that, 20% of all applications are erroneous. And even if so, if corrected, and everybody was, for the most part, were eligible, if you corrected those applications, if you consider that an error, and you got higher than the 80% approval, as I heard, that $700 million surplus is going down. So the more utilization there is, the fund is eaten into. Right now it's the paid leave authority is holding workers' money in basically holding on to workers' money. You have many people who are paying into this who will never use this. So the math says that if utilization goes up, then this fund is going to continue to get eaten into. If the approval rating goes up, this fund is going to get eaten into. So I just see this as an opportunity to grab another large block of employees who are going to pay into this, some of whom will never use it, many of whom didn't ask for it. And we talk about this committee about the term wage theft, and this is probably the biggest, where they're talking in the single, tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've got 700, any surplus by this authority, I would consider wage theft, where it's taken from employees. You can't opt out. You can't, you're automatically enrolled. 0.5% of our paycheck is taken out. And many employees are not eligible for this based on an employer, they've got a redundant employer plan. They won't use this. And so what you end up with is an authority with high operating costs, advertisements on the radio and on TV, administrative costs there to provide some benefits for those who may need it. Again, when a lot of these benefits could be purchased through the private sector, and in some cases are offered by an employer. So this program is a house of cards, if not for a lower approval rating, and hanging on to people's money in that surplus. Again, higher utilization will eat into this. It's unsustainable. So they have to deny a certain amount of people. For those reasons, I will be a no today, not just on the program as it stands, but also for trying to save a new group of people from getting entered into this against their will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to agree with Representative Shake and what Senator Kushner was saying earlier, in that the experience that I've heard from my constituents has been exclusively positive. In fact, I've just been working with a constituent who just came off the paid leave program because he had heart surgery. And you know why he was on the paid leave program? Because he needed time to recover. And these are the ways in which people use this program and why it's so incredibly important that we have it. And I can't imagine why we wouldn't expand that right to our school employees. It makes all the sense in the world to me to make sure that everybody has that available when they need it for themselves or to take care of their family members. So I will definitely be supportive of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gauthier. Representative Mastro-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple questions actually on the bill, but I just really wanted to kind of make a comment. We've heard a little feedback today, or a little comments today from our colleagues about data, right? And that maybe people on our side are making statements without any data. And I would certainly have to disagree with that. We get data from our constituents. It doesn't have to be scientific data. It doesn't have to come from any specific department. It doesn't need to be a spreadsheet. We get those too that are very helpful, but we get data from our constituents and we hear feedback from them. So I'm just a little concerned that we're getting a little accusations on our end that we're making statements without data. Certainly everybody has their own opinion. And also when we talk about data, and this question actually goes to Senator Kushner, you had talked when you were speaking about, I believe the program actually went down because of the effectiveness of the vaccine from when we had during COVID. And if we're talking about data, I was wondering if you'd be able to share some of that data with us based on the numbers. Do you have any numbers or any data of the effectiveness of the vaccine, and that's why the numbers went down? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kushner.
I believe there's a lot of data on the effectiveness of the vaccine, but I was speaking from my experience, and I think what we all saw in Connecticut, that once there was a vaccine, that the number of people who died went down significantly. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but certainly that data is available.
Representative Mastrofitesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. So yes, you were talking basically from your experience, right? But there is data out there that the vaccine was not as effective as they thought, and those people are talking from their experience. So it just concerns me that we are making kind of accusations based on data that, it's not always accurate. So, and I do agree with my colleagues about the program. Well, one of my colleagues, I guess, had mentioned about someone using the paid family medical leave for heart surgery, understandably. And I think that's not what we're talking about here today. It is the effect that it has had on employers. Obviously, there's abuse out there with anything else. There's bad actors. We're going to see that. And there's a lot of people out there that are unable to use the paid family medical leave, and they're paying into the system. And it's certainly from our experience, or from my experience talking to employers, that it has seriously hurt their business. So I'll be a no today, Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman. And like Senator Sampson said, I think this should be repealed. Quite honestly, there are other avenues for people to go out on FMLA, I guess we would say. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority has distributed the data that it has been used as a benefit across every district in the state. There are constituents of all of us who have used it. I think that to characterize it as wage theft, I've never heard Social Security characterized as wage theft. But again, it is a program, it is a benefit that we all pay into. And when we assume that employees won't use it, I'd like to say that they won't use it. They haven't used it yet, but that really perpetuates the invisibility of family caregivers, which has up until now been unpaid. It assumes that no one has aging parents with care needs, that no one has family that will suddenly either get sick or need surgery or have a fall or need to go to the doctors. And that, as we know, is just not true, that almost everybody has those needs, but up until now, that care and time off of work has been unpaid. And now it has opened up an eligibility that family members and even themselves, as Representative Gauthier said, could get some sort of wage replacement. It is a benefit that people across our state are using. The actuarials have really, really done a great job with the math about how it can be solvent, even with adding this group. It is a benefit that we all, that's how a benefit works, is that we all pay a little bit into it so that our colleagues, our neighbors, our friends, and our family members can use it when they need it. And we never know when that will be. To say that people won't use it, I think assumes that nobody has family that will someday get sick or have care needs. And I think that's just not true. So I am very, very pleased that that these certain school employees have come to us, to this labor community, to ask to be included because again, a lot of employees have been doing this unpaid and at great cost to themselves and their families, and they would like to be able to pay into it and access these benefits. And it's what the entire rest of the global workforce has been doing for decades, and it's time Connecticut joined that. Thank you, and I'll be in support.
Thank you, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you know, again, like many of the other things we've talked about when it comes to this benefit, I understand this sector of employees all too well. Like I stated last meeting, working within this sector, they are some of course, your lowest wage workers within school districts. But just I want to put something into context. You know, if an individual gets, I'll just say 8 days a year. Usually that's a combination of personal time and sick time. And so if an individual never takes any of those 8 days, in order for them to get to 12 weeks worth of time to be able to take out, we're talking 12 years that they're going to have to work, right? If an individual gets 6 days and they never use any of those 6 days and those days are allowed to roll over, they're working 16 years before they're able to get to 12 weeks. If an individual gets 5 days, they're working almost 20 years before they get the full 12 weeks in order to really focus in on a healthy situation. One thing I want to say is that no matter what sector of work you work in, life happens. These employees can't schedule or predict that their pregnancy is going to happen during the summer months. They have pregnancies in the spring, winter, fall, and that's an important piece that you can't predict when someone is going to get sick, when you are going to have a major incident occur in your life. And the predictability to know that I can apply to an opportunity that I'm going to have my bills paid and that I can still focus on knowing I can come back fully healthy to a job is important. One of the other things I think that it was stated in our testimony during the public hearing is this benefit is paid out of the authority. And so when we talk about school districts having to add to their budget, that money that they're saving on an individual's salary during their time out, the long-term sub or whoever they're bringing in, that money is taking care of that individual. So we're not adding on to a school district when it comes to additional salaries and things of that sort, because the amount that they're paying out most of the time is coming from the payment through the authority. And so I just want people to, to really understand that these individuals are just like any other employee in any other field where we're talking about life and things happen, and predictability of knowing I can go out for 12 weeks or I can go out a shorter period of time and I know I have some sense of stability financially is important. And I think that's what this really truly is about, making sure individuals are financially whole, because if we don't take care of them on this end, they eat into all of the other systems that we have in place, and it leads to us having higher costs in those areas. And so, I'm in full support of this. The beauty of it is no program is ever going to be 100% where every single person that puts in an application gets approved. I think not having 100% approval rating lets you know that individuals are doing the work to make sure that individuals are properly using the benefit, and that, we're doing the work that makes sure that those that truly need the benefit are utilizing it. And thank you again for bringing this bill forth to this committee.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested on Agenda Item 2, Senate Bill 1427, an act expanding paid family and medical leave insurance program benefits to certain school employees. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6750. Senator Kushner?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Yes.
Senator Cabrera? Representative Wilson?
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Representative Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Representative Master Francesco, no.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Votes will be held open. On to the next agenda item, SB 830, an act establishing safety standards to prevent heat-related illnesses in the workplace. JFS to the floor, LCO 6714. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill requires employers to take specified measures when the outdoor temperature exceeds certain thresholds. These measures vary depending on whether the work is being performed primarily indoors or outdoors. The bill also sets heat-related training requirements for employees and supervisors. Excuse me. It does not apply to emergency responders engaged in evacuation services, rescue services, emergency medical services, structural fighting, firefighting, law enforcement services, and utility repair. There is S language here, and we did have testimony from Dr. I believe it was Higgins, which we looked into and reviewed and made certain, adopted many of his recommendations. I am aware that there were a couple of his recommendations did not clearly provide an alternative. In those cases, we would consider this a work in progress where we would continue that conversation to get further detail for some of the heat levels that we're discussing.
Thank you, Senator, for that summarization. Any questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on this, on the whole of the bills that we're discussing today and that we've discussed this session, this one might not seem like, it's probably the biggest thing we need to tackle. But I want to come at this from the perspective of this is an example of a bill trying to bring law to something that's already well established, decades of science that go into establishing best practices to avoid heat-related injuries. And those, there may be other outlets, but our national OSHA has had these best practices. They're updated, they're well communicated, and generally speaking, it puts the onus on the employer to come up with guidelines that work for that employer's business. Different industries have different challenges related to heat-related industry illnesses. I have worked in a number of situations, both personally in a hot environment, and I've also employed people who I've put into those environments. And I can tell you that not any one is the same. So I want to spend some time on this discussing it. I think what I want to do is make an example out of the fact that we are trying to create a law and we are trying to hone in and control and put this issue into a box on 11 pages. And it doesn't begin to cover all the scenarios that could occur on a job site. And the reason that's of concern to me, well, a number of reasons. Number one, there's a lot of scenarios that are left out of this that could potentially put an employee in danger. And then there's a number of scenarios in this bill that are going to be punitive to an employer who is merely trying to conform with the law. If that employer doesn't conform with the law, because we've tried to take a huge topic that, as I see it, belongs in a best practice category with decades of research and science behind it. And we're going to pare it down to 11 pages with a stick at the end for the employer. So I don't think this I guess I'll state, we do not need a law in Connecticut dictating to employers how they need to handle a heat-related environment. So, it's concerning to me that I don't know where this came from. I wonder, as I was looking through this last night, we got the JFS with the substitute language last night about 5 p.m. and I spent a couple hours reading this and asking questions to myself of, based on my personal experience, how would I apply this law? So that's where my discussion is coming from today. But holistically, I don't know where this came from, and I wonder if the proponents have ever worked a minute in a day in an environment that they're trying to put into an 11-page box. And I think that's important that when we're bringing bills forward, it comes from a place of experience. The testimony that we heard from the experts, one was Dr. Robert Huggins from the Corey Stringer Institute, pointed out a bunch of flaws in the original bill, some of which was taken into consideration for this substitute version. But there's a lot to the Corey Stringer Institute and some of their best practices. They deal a lot with athletes, and they're, as of 2023, they had, as I read, that's when they started to get into the industry. So there was a lot of, again, Corey Stringer, for those who don't know, was a NFL football player who died at a spring training camp 25 years ago or so from overheating. And, 2-a-day practices, heat exhaustion, and he collapsed and died. And I remember that news story when it happened. And I think the fact that this institute has come to life, it's national. I think that's a great thing that we can learn, unfortunately, from somebody else's death, but that we can learn about these best practices. But this institute, as I read about it, at least how it has come to be with this affiliation with UConn, is that only in 2023 did they begin to study and look at heat-related illnesses as it relates to industry and labor. So I have a big problem with the fact that we have really tried to make this so granular. You can't possibly think of every situation. So I'm going to, ask some questions today based on my experience. I want to see if this bill, maybe I missed it. Maybe the bill picks it up. So, Mr. Chair, if you will indulge me, I have some questions, and we'll go through it, and I'll take notes, and feel free to take notes. Lines 2 through 3 talks about drinking water, meaning potable water that is suitable to drink and is a temperature of not more than 77 degrees. Mr. Chair, how will that be measured? Do we expect an employer or employee to, carry a thermometer or refrigerator? How is that going to be measured in the field?
Senator Kushner. Senator Kushner, can you unmute, please? Thank you. We can't hear you, so you might have to move closer to your microphone. It is not. Nope. We can't hear you. We still cannot hear you.
Moved.
Could you try one more time, please?
I am.
There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I believe there are tools available to employers, to folks who are in these situations to test. I assume they would do that randomly, but regularly.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that answer. I don't know where the temperature, where that was decided upon. OSHA has longstanding history where they use the standard of cool and potable. You know, I don't know, I just got water up in the office to come down here. It came out of the drinking fountain. I'm not working in a hot environment, but there's no temperature gauge on the water. Perfectly fine to me. I can see why we wouldn't want somebody drinking water that's been sitting out in the sun all day. But why we have to boil it down to, that's a bad word. Why we have to really claim you know, put a number on the temperature of the water. Madam, well, Mr. Chair, I really don't want to I'll let you defer. Mr. Chair, what happens if the employer, if somehow that water is 78 degrees? Then what happens? Do they have to go get new water, or are the employees prohibited from drinking 78-degree water?
Senator Kushner.
I assume that the employer could find a mechanism to cool the water.
Representative Weir.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I want to point out that in some of these cases, we're talking about the first portion of, second portion of the bill talks about interior environments where employees are working in, you know, hot environment, an attic perhaps, or a building that doesn't have air conditioning and it's summertime, kind of like some of us remember in school. But the first part of the bill talks about, and it's geared towards landscapers and people who are working in an agricultural setting. And a lot of times, you know, you got people who are working out in a field, and, you know, you may have a cooler. I've worked on job sites where you've got a cooler, a thermos full of water, and you put it in a cool spot. So I would just like to point out, I'm not going to belabor, because I could spend probably 10 more minutes on those two lines, but I think this is completely impractical to be asking an employer to be measuring temperature of water to not more than 77 degrees. And furthermore, to then ask the employer to provide some mechanism to cool the water. I think we take, I certainly never sent my employees out with hot water. OSHA recommends that the employer should provide water, and I agree, they should. Okay, that's a best practice, but it's not a mandate. It doesn't say shall, doesn't tell the employer it must or there will be a fine. OSHA doesn't tell the best practices don't state that the employer must find ways to keep it cool and measure it. I think this takes a level of common sense right out of the equation where you know, whereby the employees and the employer could figure this out between them. We used to send our employees out with a large thermos jug full of water, had a safety meeting every morning on how to maintain and keep themselves safe, and had a buddy system and to recognize a heat illness and not to take chances. But at some degree, when we put numbers and absolutes on these, we could end up harming an employee, where we've determined that, you know, they shouldn't work in a hot environment more than 2 hours, and I'll get to that. So I guess I'll go down to lines 17 and 18. And Senator Kushner did, you alluded to this, that this is one of the areas that Dr. Huggins recommended was in the Corey Stringer Institute recommends using a wet bulb form of measurement. And the original language, when we're talking about temperature, talks about a dry bulb in the shade. You know, I don't know where that was determined, but why did we, Mr. Chair, why did we not follow the recommendations of Dr. Stringer and stick to our dry bulb version of measuring the outside temperature?
Senator Kushner.
This is one of those areas where I believe we will continue the conversation about the proper standard, whether it should be dry bulb or wet bulb. And we left in the original language because we hadn't reached a conclusion about the best way to address this. But as I mentioned, this is a work in progress, and we'll continue to discuss that.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that. And I think, you know, I'll just point out that the wet bulb form of measurement is more difficult to achieve. And so I think maybe that's why, we left it there, in there, the dry bulb. You know, we're talking about outside environments where they're certainly not controlled. The heat could change from minute to minute. This bill, there's a lot of variables when working outside. And so, again, time I'm spending here today is not to give anybody a hard time, but I want to merely point out that this is a bill that doesn't belong before this committee, in my opinion. Of course, we all take worker safety. That's paramount. No employee wants to be injured on the job. No employer wants their employees to be injured on the job, whether it be heat-related illness or an accident with a tool or vehicle safety. Nobody goes to work with the expectation that they're not going to come home safely. And that's incumbent on the employer and the employee to work together to ensure a safe work environment. So holistically, putting this all on the employer is, doesn't really have any place in anywhere else in industry. It's a team effort. If the employer provided all the water in the world and the employee didn't drink it, how is that going to help anything? So I think awareness, safety training, this is a bridge too far. So I want to point out that I'll just give a few other examples of in lines 20 through 31, we talk about different, actually it's lines 20 through 22. It says, these requirements come into effect when the outside air temperature exceeds 80 degrees as measured by a dry bulb standard. And an employer who employs individuals in positions where a majority of the work is done in an outdoor setting, included but not limited to, which means more than, they talk about positions in agricultural, construction, or landscaping, shall establish and maintain one or more shade areas at all times employees are present at an outdoor work site. So I just want to point out that including but not limited to could be paving, concrete, could be a golf course, people working at a golf course, golf club, could be framing, people who are building houses and up on ladders and, building the house with the lumber. Could be lifeguards, park personnel. Could be, at the Yard Goats, Hartford Yard Goats, or the Hartford Athletic. We've got athletic teams here that could be the grounds crew. Who may, you're working out in the field, perhaps you could go take a rest inside and there's shade available. But, if you go to some of these large nurseries where they span hundreds and hundreds of acres with plants and trees and shrubs and people are working, that's generally open space. You need a lot of sunlight. And so for us to say that the employer shall provide one or more shade areas and not leave it up to the common sense of the employee and the employer doesn't make any sense to me. I see workers, who are working in the fields. A lot of times they'll use extra clothing as shade, and they know to hydrate. And there are, trainings. All this stuff could happen with the absence of legislation. Mr. Chair, could I, if the concert crew at the Oakdale or the what is it now, not the Meadows, whatever it is up in Hartford, the amphitheater, if a concert's going on and the concert crew is working for more than 2 hours, this bill requires them to take a break. If that happened in the middle of a concert, would we have to stop the concert so that the employees could take a break to cool down?
Senator Kushner.
I don't think there's any indication that it would require stopping the concert. It would just require that the employee got a break.
Representative Weir.
Okay, and I guess the point that I make is if that employee was maybe the guy or gal doing the sound check or moving, bringing the guitars in, bringing equipment into the band, and that person had worked 2 hours, and by Connecticut state law, we now require that employee to take a break. If that occurs during the middle of the concert, potentially the employer would be in violation of our law. Just want to point that out. I know that this bill later on exempts. I see that we took the advice of Dr. Huggins and exempted emergency responders, firefighters, police officers, lines people in when they're performing their duty in an emergency situation. I'd like to talk about a different scenario that I see being problematic, and that would be a police officer working a private duty job, maybe directing traffic. It's non-emergency, but that police officer is directing traffic for a private contractor who may be, paving or digging a trench or something, and they got the road. And so would we now have to have, under this scenario, that police officer, you'd need 2 police officers to do that job so that one could take a break every 2 hours, so that it would, you can't have traffic going by. Do I read that correctly? Would we now need 2 police officers, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner. Senator Kushner, yeah, thank you.
It would be up to the employer to figure out how to, I don't think we're mandating that they hire another person, but that could be one of the solutions they might find for that.
Representative Weir.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Having worked in law enforcement, some municipalities have a requirement that when you're working on a public road, that you must hire a traffic officer, that you can't rely on private flaggers, because of training, and sometimes, you've got a heavy traffic flow. So somebody who's untrained, maybe a person who's cutting trees, they've got that person acting as the flagger, and some of us have seen that happen. But in some municipalities, that's not allowed. So under this bill, if we're requiring that officer who's not in an emergency setting, but is directing traffic for a private contractor, we would require that you'd have to have another officer there, the way I read it. I would just like to point out that. Mr. Chair, on line 32, talks about the outdoor temperature being less than 80 degrees. Then employer, subject to the provision, shall provide shade areas or allow employees reasonable access to shade located at the outdoor work site upon the employee's request. Do we have a threshold at which point below 80 degrees that's not required?
Senator Kushner.
There is, I don't believe that's stated in here, but I think that's something, if we felt was important to include, that's something we could certainly consider.
Representative Weir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because the way I read this, the temperature could be 20 degrees, and we'd be requiring the employer to provide shade to the employee. And I'm sure that wasn't the intent of the bill, but I think you can get that at what I'm talking about here is that we've made all these conditions and they don't begin to cover every scenario. And in some cases, we've boxed in the employer and the employee for making a common sense decision on how to best manage that workday safely. I wonder the same thing. I'm not going to bother asking a question, but I'll just ask out loud, rhetorically, what if you had a cloudy day? Would you still be required? It's 80 degrees and it's cloudy. Do you still need to provide shade? Or, does this take into consideration wind movement? If it's a breezy day where your body's going to cool faster, it's a shady and windy day. It doesn't mention anything about that. So, Mr. Chair, on line 41, talks about the use of let's say 39 through 41 talks about the use of misting machines in lieu of, as a potential cooling measure in agricultural industry. It says if such employer can demonstrate that such cooling measures are as effective as utilizing the shade areas pursuant to subdivision 1. So in lieu of using shade, you can use a misting machine and it says the employer, if the employer can do that, if the employer demonstrates that the cooling measures are as effective. How do you measure, how do you demonstrate that it's as effective? What's the measuring device to determine that?
Senator Kushner.
I would think in this situation, again, we would look at that language and see if we need to provide more definition there. But I believe that that one could, figure that out, because I know I've experienced misting before and found it to be very effective. And I think that there are probably situations where it would be. I'd be interested in further discussion with the experts on this one, but I do believe what we're doing here is providing an alternative that we think would be useful to employers.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that answer. And I appreciate, I think, Madam Chair, I agree with you in terms of, that's an alternative. They are effective. I've had the opportunity to, you see them certainly on the sidelines of an NFL football game or a baseball game. I don't know how you'd measure their effectiveness other than the fact that the players are huddled around them. I would presumably keeping cool. So yes, I agree that that could work. The issue that I have is that we've given these two options, shade and misting machines, as the only options. And I think you can see where I'm going with that. Yes, they're effective. I don't know how you'd measure or demonstrate that they're as effective as shade. I don't know how an employer would ever do that. I agree that the employer will figure it out, as we always require them to do around here with the bills we pass. Yeah, I'll leave that there. How do we determine on lines 46 through 48? It says the employer has to provide not less than 32 ounces of water per hour for the duration of a shift. Where did that language come from? I didn't see that. I've not read that volume of water anywhere in testimony, or do we know where 32 ounces came from, Mr. Chair?
I believe that was an amount found to be by experts found to be sufficient in these conditions of heat. Obviously, I think we all know that drinking water is important all the time, but I think there's evidence that you need to increase your water intake in situations where there's exertion and you're working in high heat.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that, and completely agreed that as the work exertion goes up, heat goes up, water intake should go up. But I'm concerned with the fact that we've said not less than 32 ounces per hour. I don't know, I'm not sure where that came from. I didn't hear it in any testimony. I didn't read it in any of my research. Adequate amounts of potable, cool drinking water are sufficient. And so you may have an employee who doesn't need many more than 16. If it's a smaller person perhaps, and you may have somebody who needs more than 32. And I realize that it says not less than 32. But if again, we're being too specific trying to solve something that we need to allow the employee and the employer more latitude to figure this out and to work amongst themselves. Also on line 48, it talks about if an employee is required to wear personal protective equipment, then the employer must provide such drinking water sufficient for such employee to consume not less than 80 ounces of water per hour, which is like 2/3 of a gallon an hour. So I don't know where that 80 ounces came from. I can imagine if we're going to be providing that much water, they ought to have some sort of a bathroom nearby as well, because that seems like an excessive amount of water. I think, pegging that number. I'd also like to point out that I understand probably the intent when you talk about personal protective equipment is talking about maybe a Tyvek suit, some sort of outerwear that employees are going to wear that's going to retain heat. But I would also like to point out that Also included in personal protective equipment would be goggles, gloves, booties, or a respirator, booties that go over your shoes. And I don't think when we talk about personal protective equipment that anybody intended for somebody wearing goggles or safety glasses or gloves to have a higher heat index, higher body temp, or retain that heat more so than anybody else. Yet we've demanded that the way that this is written, we've put the requirement on the employer to provide 80 ounces of water. Also noted that some of the best practices that OSHA has put forth don't just talk about drinking, cool, potable water, but they also talk about electrolytes, because as you sweat, you lose minerals and salts. And so, I remember those, and they're still out there today, the Gatorade or the Powerade commercials or whatever other, energy drink or sports drink that athletes, they don't recommend just drinking water because you deplete electrolytes. And so we've said that it only needs to be water. I can tell you that when I had my business, we provided our employees with, Gatorade packets that they would dump into the water jug if they wanted, which help restore some of those electrolytes. Because you could, in theory, also have, heat-related fatigue if you're sweating out all those electrolytes and not replacing them. Water isn't just gonna do it. So there's no question there, other than I see that as a miss, because it's, if you look in the OSHA, their heat guide, and I printed it out off their website, there's a 4-page thing of, really real common sense measures that can be taken by both the employee and the employer. And by the way, I noticed that nowhere in this bill does it talk about, if I didn't state this before, any responsibility that the employee has for protecting his or her safety. This all falls on the employer, and then their associated, fines and, the employer is the one who's found in violation if the employee doesn't exercise common sense as well. We talk about on line 59, such breaks shall be, 58 and 59, starting with 58. The employer has to provide breaks, and they must be such as necessary in order to allow an employee's body temperature to cool down and prevent overheating. And it shall not be less than 5 minutes in duration, not including the time that the employee needs access to shade. So we've said that the employer needs to give at least 5 minutes of rest time in the shade, and to cool down and prevent overheating the employee's body temperature. But I don't see how we're going to measure that. Are we going to put a thermometer on the employees? Does the employee just say, "Hey, I feel good. I'm cool now. I can go back to work." Because I get that everybody needs a rest. I have a small farm. I work out in the summertime, and it's brutal in picking vegetables in July and August. I try to go out early in the morning or late in the evening to avoid that, but sometimes you can't. And I have to take more breaks, and I recognize that. My body's telling me that. I certainly don't want to be unable to perform. And I'm sure that, again, an employee, no employer that I'm aware of wants to bring injury, but trying to do this through legislation. So I'll move on from that. Talk about the buddy system. I see that we incorporated that. Line 72 through 82 are somewhat typical language for common sense. And if not for the fact that we were assigning penalties and violations, I would say that these are decent things to consider. I would also, I'm not going to tie up more time in questions, but I would point out that this doesn't take into account any personal risk factors for the employee. So somebody who's older, who's over 60, is at a higher risk than somebody who's younger, perhaps. Somebody with diabetes, heart condition, overweight, somebody who's obese has a higher risk factor than somebody who's perhaps 20, 25, peak shape. And this bill doesn't take any of that into account, doesn't even mention it, that employees who are at a higher risk level should consider themselves different than an employee who is in peak physical shape. So next few paragraphs are all okay. 83 through 95, lines 83 through 95, all typical language. Reasonable to be able to be in contact with your employee via electronic device and require that the employer, most if not all employees are carrying cell phones, so to have some means to call if there's an emergency, completely reasonable. Having a buddy system, one or more employees at the work site to call for medical services, completely reasonable and makes a lot of sense so that we don't have somebody working out by themselves in an outdoor environment or elsewhere who, falls victim to a heat-related injury, illness, and has no way to call for help. We've heard, horror stories about how that occurs. And so it's best practice to have, two or more people working together, checking on each other periodically. I've worked in an environment where we're working with dry ice blasting, where in a basement setting where that's carbon dioxide that comes out and it takes all the oxygen out of the air. Has nothing to do with heat. But if somebody's respirator fails, you only get like 1 or 2 breaths before you're down. And so, to have making sure there's adequate ventilation, having somebody checking on you, you breathe 1 or 2 breaths of carbon dioxide and you're down and you're done for good because there's no oxygen to breathe. So there are many other situations where workers are at risk, where there are best practices and guidelines, not just heat. So line 100 talks about that the employer should reminding its employer's responsibility to remind employees throughout the work shift to drink plenty of water. I don't see plenty noted anywhere in the bill. We had specific numbers before. Now we're saying plenty. Plenty seems reasonable, enough. But before we said not less than 32 or 80. So I'd like to point that out. Lines 102 through 105, really 103, it says that there must be a schedule where there's a preventative cool down rest period of not less than 10 minutes every 2 hours. Earlier, we talked about 5 minutes, minimum of 5 minutes. Do we know where this 10 minutes came from? Because it was not, I haven't found it in the OSHA guidelines. I didn't see it in Dr. Huggins' testimony. Do we know where 10 minutes every 2 hours came from, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner.
This language came from the original bill, and I believe that it was from recommendations we heard from experts on these issues.
Representative Weir.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just maybe flag that because I didn't hear any testimony. Maybe there were experts who, helped craft this bill before I, heard about it, but the testimony I heard and reviewing the written testimony, I didn't see anything about 10 minutes. And I didn't see it in any of the publications I've read. I think the same things for 108. I'm not going to go on, but I would ask you to look at lines 108 through 117 and ask where that language came from, because that also wasn't anywhere else that I've seen. Go on to section 2, which has many of the same definitions of drinking water, emergency medical service, heat stroke. In line 147, it says that the employer must retain any records. So they got to, let me go back here. It does say that the employer is going to record these temperatures, daily temperatures. I don't know if it's as granular as, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to point out, Mr. Chair, lines 140 through 143 said when the outdoor temperature exceeds 80 degrees and an employer shall measure the temperature at an indoor, again, now we're talking indoor in section 2. So we're not talking about the people out in the field. We're talking about people who are working in a hot building up in an attic, perhaps they're insulation people who have to go up into an attic and remove insulation, add insulation. HVAC people working on a furnace up in the attic. On a hot day, it can be 130, 140 degrees up in an attic. I've been there. You try not to spend any amount of time up there, as little as possible, but it talks about when an outdoor temp exceeds 80 degrees, an employer shall measure the temperature at an indoor work area that doesn't have functioning air conditioning and record such measurement, but it doesn't say how often. So, I mean, the temperature, if the outdoor temperature is 80 degrees at 9 a.m., at 1 p.m. it could be 95 outside, and the indoor temperature of that attic might be 80 degrees at 9 a.m. and it might be 130 by noon or 1 p.m. So I don't know if we're recording that hourly, daily, as often as it changes. I really don't know. It doesn't specify that. But then it says that the employer has to maintain these records for a year. So I can only imagine the added burden to an employer to record the temperature to begin with, write it down, doesn't say who's going to do it other than the employer is responsible. So now you have to assign somebody who might otherwise be working to monitor a thermostat or thermometer of some sort and measure it. You know, I don't understand why we're requiring the employer to measure that. Yeah, I mentioned here, it's lines 154, it talks about that at times when the temperature in an indoor area is described and it equals or exceeds 82 degrees, that's the new threshold. If it goes above 82, now the requirements are more stringent. And it makes sense. If you're working in a hot attic, it's 130 degrees. 2 hours is way too long to expect anybody to work without taking a break. I mean, it might be 10 minutes, it might be 15 minutes, frequent breaks, come down, get cooled. I would never expect somebody to work 2 hours in a hot environment at 130 degrees. They'd be dead. But again, we make requirements for maintaining to have a cool down area less than 82 degrees. Lines 165, we talk about a sufficient supply of drinking water, no mention of electrolytes. Lines 175 through 189 talks about the employee's temperature has to cool down, need to provide breaks to allow the employee to cool down to prevent overheating, but it doesn't say what the body temp has to be at. I mean, we operate at 98.6 as an average temperature. You know, are we gonna take a temperature of the employee? Are we gonna take his or her word that they're cooled down in that 5 minutes? And I wonder, again, rhetorically, I don't need an answer on this, but I would like the members of this committee to consider, you know, who decides when that employee is cool? Does the employee say, I'm fine, I'm good to go? And they're flushed, their face is red and they're dry and maybe they didn't drink their 32 ounces, or does the supervisor get to decide if that employee is fit to go back to work? Is it a discussion between the two of them to determine, kind of like a doctor might evaluate a pro athlete to determine if they're good to go back in the game? On lines 186, 187, it says if an employee is showing signs of experienced symptoms of an exertional heat stroke, I would like to ask for consideration, what are those signs? I understand that training, you know, if you go to the OSHA website, there's all sorts of signs. They're all listed. You know, many different signs. I'm not sure I know the signs. I gave you a few. You know, somebody's not sweating, their face is red, they're lethargic perhaps, but there's probably many more different signs that are not covered in here. And so I don't know what that means. Line 196 talks about clothing. that restricts heat temperature, restricts heat removal, meaning if you're wearing clothing, your body's not going to give off heat. It's going to retain heat more. And it talks about when such temperature equals or exceeds 87 degrees. I didn't see that 87 degrees. I don't know where that came from. I would like just to ask that the chairs look into where that 87 degrees came from. It didn't come from Dr. Huggins, didn't come from OSHA. And in the next paragraph, 198, 204, we're talking about 87 degrees again, and then then below 82 degrees. So I think let's have a look at those temperatures. Lines 205 through 217 are reasonable. All again, common sense. It makes sense, but then you get down to lines 218 through 222. Ensuring that employees at the work site can contact a supervisor by maintaining effective communication by voice or an electronic device. And then, so if an employer chooses an electronic device like a cell phone, the employer shall ensure reception in the area is reliable. You know, some of the areas in my district, I mean, we have hills, there are dead zones. And so now, you know, I wonder, you know, are we going to require the employer to provide us a satellite phone? You know, oftentimes I've had employees working at a place, or I've been myself working at a place where you don't have cell service. You've got a buddy system. Sometimes you have to drive up the road to get a signal, but to ensure and put that responsibility on the employer. I mean, you may not know that till you get there, that the house had, we're talking about maybe people working in a residential setting where you go to Mrs. Smith's house for the first time to service the boiler in the attic, or people are doing roofing or whatever the task may be, and they don't have cell service, and you don't know that till you get there. You know, sometimes texting will work, and the phone call doesn't. But I just, next paragraph, 223 to 229 is reasonable. 230 through 235, again, we're talking to 87 and 82 degrees. I don't understand that. I think that's unreasonable. Lines 243 through 247 talks about an employer subject to the provisions. So who's working in these environments has their employees in section 1, which is outdoor, section 2, which is indoor of this act, shall provide an employee with training on heat illness and the employer's procedures regarding heat illness. And then it talks about, you know, what goes into that training, and that's great, but that's already a best practice. OSHA has that right here on their website: heat hazard recognition, prevention, water, rest, and shade. And it doesn't need an 11-page bill with violations to be brought down upon, record keeping that's available to the employee, where the employee can bring an action against the employer if the employer violates any sections of this law. I'll just go into I'll just kind of wrap up here. We've gone, you know, I've stated that this bill is trying to create into law something that is best practice, and best practices change over time. I'm sure what somebody thought was good heat prevention in 1962, or what was good employee safety or personal protective equipment way back then, has changed a lot. I mean, we've seen driving cars in the 50s didn't even have seatbelts, and people recognize that that's not working. People are getting injured unnecessarily, so seatbelts were created, and now we have airbags. And the same thing goes for job site work safety. You know, what may have been considered safe or best practice in 1995 or 2005 may or may not have changed. And so we're creating a law. We're looking to create a law out of this that's taking a snapshot of where we are today. And I've already pointed out the things that I think where this bill falls short, and it tightens down those requirements too much. You know, we box people in, both the employer and the employee, And then God help us if the best practices change. Now we got to change the law and we need to be here and you need to listen to me talk for another hour, a year from now, or whenever that is. So I've done this work. I've employed people who do this work. I've worked with subcontractors who have done this work, and we are heading in the wrong direction by trying to create a law and really limit. I think some of the best practices that are occurring on the job site and that are OSHA best practices. OSHA, by the way, can bring fines if they found that employer has violated workplace safety standards. They far exceed what I think the employee is safer following the OSHA guidelines than they are with what this bill recommends. OSHA already has all the education information. Employers already have access to this. I didn't hear any proponent testify that there was a specific injury or harm. I don't know what our statistics in Connecticut for heat-related illness, but OSHA lists injuries in the thousands per year and deaths in the dozens nationwide. So I don't know what that boils down to for Connecticut. Yeah, I probably could support this if we had, I don't think it's necessary, if this bill were a one-page, 1 or 2 line educational campaign where we recommend best practices, where we send people to OSHA, maybe to the Corey Stringer Institute, but it doesn't come with fines and penalties and fees and specifics that really limit, I think, an employer's opportunity to keep their employees safe because we've picked metrics and numbers and things that really have nothing to do. Well, I know what the intent is. I don't doubt that there's good intent behind this, but we're missing the mark on when you actually get out of this building and go into the real world and try to apply what's on paper. A lot of times it comes up short and then we're back here fixing it or repealing it. So I'll be a no today. Thank you for indulging me. I would urge my colleagues to really give consideration as to whether this bill is needed at all. Not even with fixes, just at all, for the reasons I've stated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My colleague did a great job of litigating this one pretty fully, so I won't touch on many of the same issues. I just had a couple questions. So to the proponent of the legislation, through you, Mr. Chair, first, who is responsible for enforcing these provisions? I understand OSHA only has jurisdiction typically over public employees. So who will be required to be inspecting these cases and finding an employer in violation?
Senator Kushner.
Just give me one moment. I just wanted to confirm, but yes, these will be enforceable in court.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so, right. Well, so this will be handled civilly then. Typically, we have OSHA standards already in place on the federal level for private employers where workplaces are inspected. I think my colleague went into that pretty thoroughly, in that it allows the employers a lot of flexibility to decide how they can best provide for these protection against heat-related illness, because I don't think you'll find an employer in this state who wants to create an environment where people are unsafe, especially to the detriment of these heat-related illnesses. But in the testimony, we found some pretty interesting statistics. But before I get into that, just looking at the testimony, I didn't really see much testimony from individual employees, rather trade organizations, labor leaders. Did we identify employers in this state while we were drafting this bill that are not providing a sufficient standard for protection from heat illness through you, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner.
I'm not aware of any efforts to identify employers.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The reason I ask is because there's many pieces of testimony actually that show the great lengths that our employers here in Connecticut have gone. And actually there were many employers who submitted some changes that they would recommend to this to reflect those efforts that unfortunately it doesn't seem were included. But this bill is drafted very broadly. I mean, we're lumping in agricultural workers who might be outside for long periods of time all day with, maybe lawn care specialists who would mow a lawn for an hour, get in an air conditioned car, drive 20 minutes across town, go to another place for an hour. It just seems very, very broadly drafted. But a stunning piece of testimony from actually a company in my own district highlights how we are actually really looking for a solution here in search of a problem. According to, let me just pull this up, according to the National Institute on Occupational Safety and Health, between 2011 and 2020, so a full decade in Connecticut, there were 50 cases of severe injury or illness in the workplace due to heat. And in that same time, not a single work-related death was found to occur due to heat exposure. And this is out of 1.7 million people working over 10 years. Our employers are already providing ample opportunities for individuals to hydrate, to find shade while they're working, really to ensure their own safety. And that's a point that I really want to stress here. Part of this is employees ensuring their own safety. I did some landscaping myself throughout my high school career, and it was always incumbent on us to make sure we drank plenty of water. But here we have requirements requiring employers to remind employees to drink water, one of the most basic functions of our human existence. Talk about the nanny state. Setting temperature requirements for water, setting ounce requirements for the amount of drinking water to be available. This just is a vast overreach by government, similar to a lot of the bills that we see in this committee. And for those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this very duplicative bill and to really see the flaws with this piece of legislation before us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Oh, I apologize. Senator Kushner.
I was just going to say that I wanted to suggest that many of the suggestions that I think Representative Weir made in his going through the bill are certainly things that we should take into account and perhaps would be able to work with you to make the bill. I think it's a good bill, but I think it could be made better from some of the suggestions that he made. So again, I see this as a work in progress and look forward to continuing to discuss the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I do agree as well. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 3, Senate Bill 830, an act establishing safety standards to prevent heat-related illness in workplaces. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6714. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sorry, Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, yes.
Senator Lesser, I didn't see you on. Oh, thank you very much.
Aye.
Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative Mastro Francesco, could you say that again so I can verify?
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Thank you very much. And Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. We will go back to the first item on the bill, HB 6953, an act requiring municipalities to provide a pension to police officers and firefighters through participation in the municipal employees retirement system or another comparable pension system, JFS, to the floor, LCO 6759. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner?
Mr. Chair, is that the correct LCO number?
Yes, it is.
Because that's not what's here.
It's LCO number 6759, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have okay, we first and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Thank you. And I understand the confusion because there was a JFS after the agenda, a substitute language that was changed and provided to everyone after the agenda had been published. So that's why we want to be sure to list the correct LCO number on the record here today, which is 6759. This is a bill that requires each municipality by June 30th, 2027 to have a defined benefit pension plan for all of its police officers and firefighters, either through participation in CMERS or another defined benefit plan with comparable benefits. It also requires the comptroller to study the considerations needed for a municipality to successfully make this transition if it does not currently meet the requirements. And the comptroller must make the study's results available to the Labor Committee by January 1, 2026. So the S language that is before you changes the S language you might have seen previously on a previous draft to require the transition period to be extended until June 30th, 2027, and it adds the comptroller's role in addressing particulars for transitioning. And can I just say that I do want to add just a comment, if you would allow that, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
I know it's not often we issue, hand out S language and then again change it. It happens. It happens probably more often than I might have suggested. But in this case, I really want to say that there was a lot of input from the representatives of law enforcement and firefighters, making us aware of some of the issues that they have faced. And, I think we had a good discussion when this was first raised. But I think that the discussion has become, has been inclusive of those folks. And really, we want to acknowledge through this bill, I think, how important we see the essential services of the firefighters and of the law enforcement officers who risk their lives to protect us and to protect our property. And what is really clear in the state of Connecticut, and we heard testimony about this, that there's often there's concern and difficulty in recruiting and retaining these, essential officers. And we believe that having a defined benefit plan will help us to do that and to also provide the benefits people need in retirement. So thank you for that opportunity to add my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to very briefly reject the characterization of this bill as a way to acknowledge the importance and support for first responders. The fact of the matter is, I think everyone on the committee has a great deal of respect for people that serve in those capacities. I certainly do. And I fully recognize that it's a difficult job and that it's important that those folks are compensated properly. But that is not a decision that should be left up to this legislature. These are municipal governments that are involved in this bill, and they make their own decisions based on the will and prerogative of the people that live in those communities who elect their town officials to make those types of decisions. This is maybe the most, I would say, expensive, unfunded mandate that I've witnessed in the legislature. It seems almost every day we are telling towns that they have to make this change or that change or file a form or have a person responsible for a certain task or require them to include certain amount of items in whatever negotiations they have with their contracted employees. And this is just a wholesale change that would require towns to engage in such an remarkable expense that I think it would overwhelm many of these communities and the taxpayers that will ultimately foot the bill. And that's the issue at stake. I think a lot of communities would do this if they could afford to, if the timing and the circumstances were right. I believe that these changes happen naturally based on competition. I also think that the people involved have choices. If you are dead set on the fact that you want to work in a municipality that has the benefits that you're seeking, then you seek a job there, just like any person in the private sector seeks employment in a place that offers certain benefits. If towns are losing out on good employees as a result, they'll have to react and offer additional benefits, and the people in those towns will have to make those choices. It is not up to us to be dictating that via such a broad and, in my view, overwhelming mandate. And I wasn't even going to say anything about this bill because it's just a frustration. But when this bill is put forward with the characterization that somehow you have to support this bill in order to support law enforcement, and that that has anything to do with what we're talking about. This is a policy decision that has to be determined whether it is right for the state of Connecticut and this committee to require towns to adopt the policy that they can do on their own based on their own experience and circumstances. It is not about our support for law enforcement or other first responders. We all will support those folks. And any indication to the contrary based on this vote is simply false. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would characterize this as updating benefits that all workers deserve, but especially our first responders and essential, essential first responders, police officers, firefighters. Really, we saw a decline in benefits to defined contribution plans, which is basically privatizing our pensions. But really, we need to return to a defined benefit that our first responders who put in such long careers in public service, in dangerous public service, that they can depend on, that they can be secure that will be there for them. And I'm not going to deny that it's going to be a bit of a heavy lift for municipalities, but we do have a state employee pension system or a comparable, systems to participate in. And that is why the report is made by 2026 and participation by 6/3/27 to allow for that type of planning and transition for these municipalities. I do agree that most municipalities want to do the right thing, but sometimes we all need a nudge to really get us to a really secure earned benefit that we all deserve, all workers deserve, but especially these. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess the question that we have to ask ourselves today is really, what is the role of state government? Are we here to make laws for the betterment of society broadly, or are we looking to usurp the roles of our local elected bodies in our towns and turn state legislators into town councilors? Because that is exactly what it seems like we are doing here with this bill. These are things departments can negotiate. And in Connecticut, we have some of the strongest negotiation laws between unions and municipalities in the country. If the two don't agree on the terms of their negotiations, we have binding arbitration in this state, meaning it goes before a neutral arbiter who compares your contract to the contract of some similar towns and decides whether or not that gets put in. And then that decision is mutually binding on both parties. And no one wants to see people's pensions or people's retirement unfunded. No one wants to see someone struggle in retirement. But these are things that are negotiated at the local level with all of those local concerns in mind. And departments are not immune to the laws of competition in a free market of employment. We have seen countless examples of employees or of municipal employers moving away from a defined benefit pension And then a couple years later, when they face some recruitment and retention issues, going back to it. I mean, just as recently as 2023 in West Haven and Trumbull, we saw them reverse that own decision. My own city of Torrington moved away from their defined pension benefit. And while I would love to be able to go back to them and as a hero and say, at the state capitol, I fought for your right to have a pension, I usurped the local government, and I gave it back to you. Would that be right? Would that be right to the municipality? Would that be right to the taxpayers of Torrington? Would that be right in a sense that this would be violating the local control that we hold so dear in this state? I wasn't involved in the original negotiations. I'm not aware of what was negotiated in terms of giving away that pension. But we heard some really compelling testimony to the effect of how, in some circumstances, some of these members can actually, and these are another's words, but not mine, but some members are negotiating away the benefits of future employees. I'm not a party to that. I'm not aware of what was exchanged for what, but we're saying the employer has to give up their position, but the employees have to give nothing back in return. That is just not fair. We all want to see individuals, especially our law enforcement, get these types of benefits, but there's already a process for that. And that's a process that takes into account the intricacies at the local level that need to be considered when such a policy is proposed. So I will unfortunately be opposing this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions come? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I have any questions. I guess, I'll ask one question when we're talking about lines 7 and 8. The other day we had a decent debate on Bill 6517 on the term comparable versus equivalent. This bill says comparable, but I don't see that as a definition. How do we define comparable?
Senator Kushner.
There have been many cases that have taken up the issue of comparable or comparable, whichever way you choose to say it, and determinations that there are arbitrated decisions, there are court decisions. And so I think using that word has a clear understanding in law. I think the effort here is particularly when we get to benefit programs, there can be slight differences, but overall they're comparable. And I think that if there is a question about that, it can be resolved through, I think it's not that hard to resolve. There might, in fact, entail a court case, but hopefully these are some of the questions that could be addressed through a study by the comptroller.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that. And again, just that phrase or those words were sitting with me because we talked about those on Tuesday at length. And then line 8, where it talks, really following the next word, where it talks about comparable or superior. Who determines that a benefit is superior?
Senator Kushner.
I think the same thing I think what we're getting at here, and I think it's often used in contracts and in statutes to say, the same or better. I think that's the kind of language we have here. It's slightly different, but what we're getting at here is that there's nothing in this statute that seeks to limit the pension benefit to the same levels of the CMERS program.
Representative Weir.
Thank you. All right. I don't have any more questions. I'll just make a couple brief statements. And first of all, I've stated in this committee and other committees that I served as a police officer some years ago. So I've been a sworn officer. Obviously, I think there's up and down this table, there's tremendous respect for members in the law enforcement community, first responders. I'll speak for myself, but I think I'm speaking for everybody because I've heard it up and down the table. I also have a tremendous responsibility to my constituents, my superintendents, my boards of selectmen, town managers, and I hear quite often that when we send a bill out of this building, a lot of times, or often enough, it ends up as a mandate. We don't fund it here, but we tell cities and towns how they must behave. And, you know, when we hear, and I think everybody in this room, for the most part, would be aware of some discussion at your town or local level about, you know, obviously funding coming down from Washington is going to be limited, which then funding from the state is going to be limited. People are working long hours in any of our municipalities, struggling with the electric bills, our taxes. And so pushing this down onto even one municipality, you know, I agree that the market system should work. I advocate for workers to negotiate and earn and go after every benefit and, you know, salary or otherwise that you can get, that you've earned, that you deserve. But I don't think that's mine to determine how a decision or a negotiation should go at the local level, even if it's not my municipality. This may or may not affect my local municipality. I'm not sure which towns that I represent have a pension versus a defined benefit plan. But at the same time, principally, we should not be deciding that. I agree that that this should be decided at the local level. You know, 4 years ago, prior to my serving, and we talk about recruitment and retention issues, and this being a way to improve recruitment, improve retention. But 4.5 years ago, prior to me serving, this legislature passed the Police Accountability Bill, which led to a tremendous issue with morale in police departments. Few good things came out of it. I think people would argue on both sides of the coin that the body cameras ended up being beneficial, and there were some beneficial pieces, but there were some other pieces that were tremendously punitive to police officers that characterize them as bad actors and needing to be reined in this state when the issues that occurred, really many of the issues that we dealt with happened across the country. And those ramifications at that point in time were felt here and are still being felt here with the inability to recruit and retain. So I would argue that we should be looking to repeal that bill or the bad portions of the bill that takes away your qualified immunity, and many of the other issues and many other things that keep you from doing your job before we pass a mandate down to the municipal level. And you know, I say that with all sincerity. You know, if we're really talking about recruitment and retention, I don't think that this is the most impactful way that we can make that happen. So I will be a no today. I respect all of you sitting here today. Look forward to future discussion. Thank you for indulging me.
Representative Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as a general statement, you know, whether I'm sitting right now in this committee and we had received a large amount of testimony from police officers, firefighters who work in municipals where they do have a pension, they don't have a pension, or I'm in another committee meeting that I serve on, which is public safety and security. And in that committee, we had a bill come up regarding law enforcement recruitment and retention. And we, again, had police officers, chiefs, come to testify in regards to a bill that would directly impact that said labor sector. And in public safety, I had asked the police chiefs if they thought that because there are several municipals now who are not offering a pension to their police officers, if that had impacted recruitment and retainment. And the description in that committee and the description in labor and public employees was something described as lateral movement, which is when you have police officers or firefighters who are willing to give up over 10 years of public service, meaning their seniority, their benefits, to leave a municipal to go to another municipal or city that now or is still offering a pension, because that is how significant of an issue this is. And I'm paraphrasing, but I believed when we got into the discussion in the other committee, I said, I really want to talk about what the root and heart is of the issue that's impacting our Connecticut law enforcement and firefighters right now. And the response that we had received from these law enforcement professionals, chiefs who have 20 to 30 years of service, are that they also agree that it is because you cannot go from town to town, city to city, and receive the same strong retirement benefits that are earned benefits, because these workers are paying into a system to then therefore hopefully have a sustainable and safe is a word I think we can use now, retirement option in those later years. I believe that this is an issue that it came up last year during the legislature. We're bringing it forward again. And this time, with the language that has been modified, we are going to have a study that will look at municipals across the state and figure out how and when and if we can, if the bill comes up again next session to pass, what that transition period will look like, what it will entail, and the process will include not only our comptroller's office, but also, members, people who live here, work here, have a respect for what public service is, and what we hope to continue, because it is a deterrent when you have any labor sector and a starting salary will not pay the bills. Whether we're talking about teachers, healthcare workers, law enforcement, firefighters, our public health officials, it is something that is a priority issue that I hear from residents and people who work in all different labor sectors across the state. I am very proud, and I know that this is going to be an uphill challenge, but it is something that requires our attention and due diligence, and to include those that this impacts directly, which are our law enforcement and police officers. I think we can all agree, and I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we may have respect for what the work is and what it entails. And that also requires that we acknowledge that there is a cost to that, and to do it in a responsible, sustainable way is nothing less than what our brave men and women deserve. And I believe it will be a game changer in helping to attract and retain our law enforcement and firefighters across the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 1, House Bill 6953, an act requiring municipalities to provide a pension to police officers and firefighters through participation in the Municipal Employees Retirement System or another comparable pension system. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6759. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Yes.
Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Representative Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco, no.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. On to the next item, SB 1484, an act implementing artificial intelligence protections for employers. JFS to the floor, LCO 6708. Do I have a motion?
Second?
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization. Senator Kushner, you're muted. Thank you, Senator.
I apologize. This bill amends the current law on employer use of electronic monitoring and surveillance to specify the circumstances when it's allowed and prohibited, and broaden it to cover an employer obtaining employee data from a third party. The bill imposes limits on employers' use of high-risk AI systems to make consequential decisions. It also, details ways to that will make, conditions for electronic monitoring, electronic surveillance. There are provisions, anti-retaliation provisions, and there are enforcement provisions. The F language expands the prohibited electronic monitoring to include obtaining employee data from a third party. It requires an employer's notice about electronic monitoring to be in English and an employee's primary language. It defines a substantial factor under the bill. It specifies the qualifications someone must have when overseeing a high-risk AI system, and it allows for civil lawsuits for AI violations and makes AI use a mandatory subject of collective bargaining for public employees.
Thank you, Senator, for the summarization. Any questions from the committee? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So forgive me if my line numbers are off because they were for the old bill. So if they're off, my apologies, but reading the JFS here. So on lines 20 through 30, we have delineated when a company can use any technology, not just AI, for monitoring employee performance, ensuring quality of goods and services, conducting assessments of employee performance, ensuring compliance with state, federal law, and a couple others, which all seem, to be very upstanding. But what I worry is we are missing something here, and there might be a use case that is actually legitimate that is not protected here, which is why I usually like a standard where we are delineating the types of actions that we should not be using the monitoring for, rather than only prescribing a couple that it can be used for. So to the good proponent of the bill, through you, Mr. Chair, what are the types of activities that we are trying to eliminate through these provisions?
Senator Kushner.
We decided that it was, in this case, a better approach to delineate those that are allowed. I don't have any examples of things that would not be allowed that I can offer at this time, but we can certainly continue to discuss that.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, typically you would think if we are outlining certain ones that we want, use cases we want to protect, you would have in mind use cases that you would want to discourage. And I can completely understand, some certain instances in that case. For example, placing, a microphone on someone inside of someone's personal vehicle to listen to their conversations, or requiring someone to, have one of these monitoring devices while they're sitting at home eating ice cream, watching the Lakers. But it seems that we could be missing some areas here. So just for clarification, would general surveillance cameras be protected under these enumerated items? So say in a school, in a hospital, in a warehouse, where you could have cameras anywhere. Would those be prohibited under this, through you, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner.
There are already statutes that designate where there can be surveillance and monitoring public spaces, schools, as you mentioned. So this, unless it's articulated here in the bill, it would not modify those.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much for that answer. Yep, just trying to clarify and make sure we're not missing anything here. And then, let's see, I have this as line 33, but it might be different here. Hold on one second. So yeah, line 33 through 34, that it shall be a violation of this section for an employer to engage in any type of electronic monitoring to monitor an employee who is not performing work-related tasks. Would this prohibit, say, an Amazon or any other company, warehouse company, from monitoring time off the job, whether that's lunch breaks, bathroom breaks, just certain of those metrics that they take into account? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kushner.
No,
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much for that answer. In lines 45 through 47, states that employer cannot require someone to wear a device or download an app onto a personal device for the purpose of GPS tracking. So if a warehouse company wanted individuals to have a tracker so that they could know, where the employee is in the warehouse, it seems, and they wanted to do it either with a wearable device or have the employee download an app, that seems like a pretty reasonable thing to require an employee to do. I was just wondering why we are banning employers from requiring the downloading of an app.
Some of the testimony that we heard about such monitoring of time off task, time away, going to the bathroom, going to lunch, was done with that kind of electronic GPS location tracking. And we think it's objectionable. That's why I included here. We understand that not everybody agrees with that.
Representative Canino.
Well, I appreciate that answer, but I mean, so here on the one hand, we're saying it's okay for employees to track these types of things, by saying line 33 doesn't prohibit those types of things from being monitored, but at the same time saying that we have this provision here to prevent the monitoring of those activities seems a little contradictory. Where if you have a company who, let's say, provides a cell phone to their employee, then no such instance would occur where you're forbidding the downloading of an app. So if a company wants to track progress through an app on a phone, now you're actually forcing them to purchase a smartphone in this case to do that act. That just seems like an unfunded mandate and can have some serious implications on some of our businesses. Let's see, we have provisions regarding not selling employee data. I think that is perfectly okay. Let's say employees requiring notice to employees being surveilled by the company. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And then okay. And then to speak more broadly about the artificial intelligence standard, actually, so sorry first, there's a provision in here regarding the placement of a GPS device on an employee's car. I have significant concerns about that. Just simply, if you're not allowed to put a GPS device on a person's car, if you're a Domino's or a Pizza Hut or some type of delivery company, I have some concerns about interfering with the business there. I understand not allowing monitoring devices such as CCTV or microphones in a individual's vehicle, but GPS tracking has a wide breadth of I'd say very reasonable uses that I don't think we should be touching. But to get more on the AI side of this bill, I mean, for one, this concept is already before the General Law Committee. The General Law has taken this up extensively in the past few years, and I do feel like that the expertise on that committee is much more suitable for this. But I understand we are the Labor Committee. We have cognizance over these types of technologies that are used in employment environments. But these impact assessments that we are requiring can be very expensive. And the reason I bring this up, and I brought up in my testimony, is that we are trying to encourage businesses to come to Connecticut. And one way businesses have found to be very beneficial to their operation is these artificial intelligence systems, which provide efficiencies in the hiring process and the process of delineating job responsibilities, tracking data, all that good stuff. And now we are going to require one of these assessments, which due to my research, I found that they can cost anywhere between $5,000 and $100,000, depending on the scale of the technology. That's a significant cost. And many, if you ask many of these employers already, they're already doing these assessments to an extent. But to require it will certainly make these more expensive and provide a barrier to improvement for a lot of these companies. I mean, there are some other things in here that I find objectionable. The definition of a high risk you have high risk AI model, whether individuals reasonably believe that there was algorithmic discrimination. I think we've litigated the reasonably believed standard enough on previous bills. Whether an individual reasonably believes that there's discrimination is very subjective and leads us to a very broad standard here. And I would, where I see this going is, for example, if you have a hiring algorithm and the hiring algorithm determines who is hired for a company, and then the output of that algorithm, so the actual people that are hired, there's some sort of disparity. So there were more women hired than men hired, or it could be along racial lines, or it could be along any number of different protected class lines. That we would be assuming that there was a racist or sexist or whatever type of bias inherent in the algorithm producing that outcome, rather than a litany of other reasons that could lead to such a discrepancy. It really feels like we're trying to regulate this burgeoning sphere too much, too quick. We could really stifle some innovation here in the state. And for that and many other reasons, I will not be supporting this legislation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Senator Kushner.
I know this wasn't a question, but just to be, for the information of this committee, I just do want you to know that we really respect the work that's being done in general law on this issue. We've had many conversations with the proponents and the leadership of that committee. I have attended the AI caucuses to be more informed about it. And we've been encouraged to take up this part of this new technology and its impact. So these issues are not being repeated in the general law bills that are being proposed. But, I think they're absolutely crossover, and we can gain important knowledge from working together on this.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions? Senator or Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Representative Canino covered it pretty well. Senator Kushner, thank you for talking about the similar law that's going through the General Law Committee. I wanted to ask about that, but you referenced that. Mr. Chair, lines 45 through 47, and I know Representative Canino touched on this. I don't think he's asking the same question. Can you give me an example of what a monitoring device that an employer would require an employee to wear?
Senator Kushner.
I imagine that could be, other than, we've already discussed apps on personal devices, which would not be allowed with this. But I could imagine that there would be another kind of tracking device that a employer might require a person to wear, separate from a mobile phone.
Representative Weir.
Thank you. Yes, I understood the app on the phone and a mobile phone. I'm trying to figure out what, in my experience, I wasn't coming up with anything that where an employee's been required to wear a device to, I think like my dad monitors how many steps he does each day, so there are devices that track your walking, but I was coming up zero in terms of what type of device this would be. Thank you for that. And how about lines 68 through 70, when it talks about an employer who engages in electronic monitor shall not sell, transfer, or disclose that information. What's an example of selling or disclosing that information to another person or entity? I'm trying to figure out where that would be used or valuable in the workplace.
Senator Kushner.
Just give me 1 second. I think what we want to make sure is that the information that an employer gets this is really about protecting employee privacy, and we want to make sure that information that they get from any monitoring they're doing isn't sold to a vendor or to an AI developer who might use that data to inform the AI product. I think these are technical areas that we just want to make sure that, where there is permissible monitoring and tracking of employees, that information is for the employer's use, not for someone external to be using.
Representative Weir, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I mean, I know that, employers capture, census type data in terms of, certainly enough to identify an employee, is that person legal to work here? Obviously capturing certain data so that they can pay taxes on their income. But I think there are already laws that prohibit, I know that there are already laws that prohibit sharing and HR standards that prohibit sharing that information. So I was trying to figure out why this is necessary. Line 94, 95, Mr. Chair, talks about an employer shall not operate any surveillance. And number 2 of that, example 2 is any property owned or leased by an employee, such as an employee's residence or vehicle. Would this prohibit an employer from monitoring work productivity on a company laptop when the company is working from home? Mr. Chair.
Senator Kushner. You're muted, Senator.
I don't think that's intended here. Clearly, there are people doing remote work today, as we all know, and this is not intended to prohibit the employer's ability to review that work or monitor that work.
Representative Weir.
Thank you. Again, just reading through it a couple times, that's what came to mind as a potential byproduct of this is that so if for intent, legislative intent, we are not including that, then I'll make a note of that. Line 276, which is on page 10 of 12. I didn't see a definition of high-risk artificial intelligence system. Well, actually, I see it a couple times above that. Is that defined somewhere in here that I missed? What is a high-risk artificial intelligence system?
Give me a moment. If you look to line 139 through 162, there's a definition there.
Thank you. Now I see that. I skimmed past that. All right, thank you. I have no further questions. I think with what's going on with SB2, I think that bill has a much longer track record and history. Seems like you've got proponents and people working in AI, that you've got people together at the table trying to work with a collaborative end result. Here we've got penalties and fines and civil actions, which I think do a disservice to trying to continue the employee-employer relationship. I think that putting that language in this type of bill really puts them at odds, intentionally or unintentionally. So I'll be a no today on this. Look forward to further discussion. And I also am aware that you've got SB2, entire, perhaps more robust AI bill running in different committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 4, Senate Bill 1484, an act implementing artificial intelligence protections for employees. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6708. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson, Senator Sampson,
I'm sorry. Senator Sampson is no.
thank you. Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, yes.
Senator Lesser, I need to see you on camera to authenticate your vote. Oh. Just okay. Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Mastro Francesco, no.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. On to our next item, SB 1487, an act concerning transportation network companies and third-party delivery companies. JFS to the floor, LCO 6751. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Yes, just give me 1 second. I may have to adjust my position. So this bill provides transportation network companies and third-party delivery companies to provide receipts that detail time, distance, and pay rate to their respective drivers. The bill also requires an initial receipt to be sent through a company's digital network within 5 minutes after the ride or delivery is completed, and a final receipt must be sent within 24 hours after the ride or delivery. Further, the bill adds more items that must be listed on receipts provided to TNC ride customers and creates a similar receipt requirement for delivery company customers. The bill also sets minimum compensation requirements for TNC drivers and third-party delivery drivers. Additionally, information must be submitted to the state on many of these very specific items. And finally, it requires the employer to make disclosures to drivers that allow the person to act as an individual and participate in the paid family medical leave program, and how an individual can become qualified to provide prearranged rides that start in a neighboring state. The S language adds provisions requiring the labor commissioner to annually adjust the minimum compensation for TNC drivers and third-party delivery drivers, and specifies how the adjustments must be calculated.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So there are a lot of changes in this bill, and my colleagues are going to talk about some of them, but I really want to focus on some of the disclosure requirements. So this bill would be basically requiring transportation network companies like Uber and DoorDash, Uber as a TNC, DoorDash as a delivery company, to provide drivers and customers with substantial information, including, including driver pay, tip information, personal information on drivers, regarding their names and other information. And we've said multiple times throughout this debate that what this really seems to be doing is trying to stoke the envy of the drivers and the outrage of the riders. When a TNC driver gets a ride, they have I have a clear idea of what they're being paid for that ride. Comes right up on the screen. They can decide whether or not they want to take that. The additional amount that is going to the company. So let's say, you have a $10 fare, the driver's making $6 on that, $4 goes to the company. If the company doesn't want to disclose that to the information to the driver or to the rider, that seems completely reasonable to me. I don't understand why it is such a heavy concern to plaster that information not only for the driver but for the rider. And then if you're giving that information to the rider, that creates a competition issue. So now you're forcing the company to explain exactly how their fees are structured and share that with their competitors. So we have a competition issue as well. It's clear what's going on here. It really is an attempt to recognize independent contractors as employees and to ultimately unionize them. These are the clear steps here to get people outraged about how much they're being compensated compared to the company, even though the company could very reasonably be taking a bigger portion of that pie. You have individuals who come here and say, well, I'm driving, so I should get the lion's share. But you have a company that has invested in a digital app. They have significant compliance costs, taxes. I mean, there's a litany of things that you could go into that the parent company needs to be compensated for completely reasonably. But now we are putting that all out on display in a way that we really wouldn't for any other industry. I mean, this seems very, very punitive and very targeted as a specific industry. And I think what's lost in this discussion as well is that these are independent contractors. These are people who sign up, use an app, do not have set hours, use their own personal vehicle, or well, in some cases they can. I think we heard in testimony they can be provided a vehicle, but the vast majority are using their own vehicles, and no one is forcing them into working for an Uber or a Lyft. If the pay is too low, they can either switch from one company to the other, or they are free to find additional employment. One of the notice requirements in here requires within 5 minutes, actually two of them, for the driver and for the rider. Let's see, it was on line 125. Requires within 5 minutes a TNC to send a receipt to a driver, including breakdown of how much money the driver was paid, how much the company received, and more. Through you, Mr. Chair, if that, due to, let's say, a weak signal, if that message doesn't get through within 5 minutes, will they still be found in violation, or is it just 5 minutes for the transmission to be sent from the company?
Senator Kushner.
Can you give me the line again?
Yes, line 125.
I think the language is very specific and clear that it must be sent.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that clarification so we're not penalizing anyone for a weak signal there. And in terms of talk over, minimum pay requirements, I might sound like a broken record here, but these are contractual agreements. These are consensual agreements between an employer and an employee. If the employee thinks that the pay is too low, like I just said, they are free to find employment elsewhere. Of course, we want people to earn a living wage, but if it doesn't make sense for an employer to provide pay for services rendered, it is tyrannical to force that onto them, especially, like I said, when this is not your traditional employment. This is an individual signing up as an independent contractor for a transportation network company that is not setting them to specific hours, that is not setting them to work on specific days. They have freedom. And the company should have the freedom to negotiate a benefit package with the companies as well. I won't belabor the point too long. I think my stance on this issue is very clear. This is another vast overreach of government influence. And for all those reasons, I'll be no on this today. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Senator Sampson, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me, I'm trying to get the right page in front of me. My good colleague, Representative Canino, he covered pretty much the whole issue with this bill. This bill has been in front of us in different forms over the last several cycles, and I got to tell you, it is, in my view, one of the most absurd proposals that we've seen. Not only is this interjecting the state government in a situation that it has absolutely zero interest or role in at all, it is going even beyond what the good representative described, which is the desire to treat folks that are independent contractors as employees and ultimately unionize them. It's actually going beyond that by also taking the next step of collectively bargaining for those employees, and then going the next step beyond that, which this legislature and this committee does often, which is to go ahead and actually take the side of the employees in the negotiation against the employer and pass into law things that should be negotiated. It is just, it is like patently hostile to this industry to be making these types of requirements. And, my overwhelming question for each one of the concerns I have about the bill is, what is the compelling state interest for any of this? We're here to make laws to protect the rights of our constituents, to make sure that private agreements that are made by free citizens are protected. That's our job more than any other thing. And our duty is not to go ahead and tell people how to live their lives. Our duty is not to go ahead and make negotiations on behalf of people in transactions for employment or housing or anything else. That is not the role of government. And it takes unbelievable hubris, in my view, for lawmakers who don't have anything to do with these various industries, who don't work in these industries, who have no experience in these industries, other than maybe using an Uber once or twice in their life, can come along and say, well, we're going to upend your entire world and we're going to change it because of our desire to impose our will as a state government on some innocent people that are simply trying to get by and create economic opportunity for themselves and their families. And it's so frustrating to watch. Can I ask, what is the purpose of increasing the registration fee to become a TNC or a transportation network company in Connecticut? What is the purpose and what is the compelling state interest for that policy? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kushner.
I think that we have seen this industry grow over the last several years. It's a new industry. I think everyone is cognizant of that. And increasing the fees to the state to participate and to be licensed in our state to operate. I think if you look at other states, we're not even in the same realm. And I think we recognize that that we were too low.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, except for the fact that isn't the amount of the registration fee an impediment to other competitors entering this marketplace? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kushner.
I think we will see other competitors, as we've seen already.
Senator Sampson.
And, it may be, I'm sorry, let me finish my thought. I know I took a long pause, but I do think that, this is nationally, we've seen two major companies in this area, but there could be more. I don't think anything we're doing here would restrict that. I think that having seen these companies grow into enormously profitable companies, and I'm not disparaging that. I'm just saying that they can afford to meet these fees to be licensed. And someone who's trying to enter into the field would have to recognize that there's a tremendous future in it for them if they can develop their product. And, I don't think these fees are out of line.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the answer. The gentle lady mentioned that she doesn't feel that these fees are out of line. And I would just ask, based on what? How is this fee determined? Is it some sort of mathematical formula? And is it based on the costs to engage in this type of business at an entry level, or are you basing this fee on the success that you just attributed to the companies that are already involved in the industry? I mean, what is the fee based on? Or is it just an arbitrary number that was being put forth by this committee through you?
I don't have my notebook in front of me today. I apologize for that. But when we were discussing this part of the bill, we did look at other states, and we thought this was a reasonable place to land.
Senator Sampson, my apologies.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. A reasonable place to land. That doesn't sound, I mean, earlier today, there was all this conversation about data. I don't know that there's any data associated with that other than we looked at other states. This is a place to land. I don't, it seems to me that like, if you're concerned about the welfare of the various TNC contractors, the drivers that choose to contract with those companies, maybe you might make it easier for them to start their own company by having a reduced fee that would allow someone who's just starting out to maybe establish their own competitor. Maybe the concerns over how much folks are compensated or what data they're shared with might go away if there are more competitors in the marketplace and some competitors are offering this to their employees. But again, I will just repeat, what's the state interest in increasing this fee? I mean, I don't know too many businesses that require a $5,000 fee to the state to establish themselves. I mean, what is what is the state doing with that $5,000 that justifies taking it from this private company? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kushner.
Well, as I stated in my opening remarks about this bill, there will be some data reporting requirements that will be that are also included in here. And clearly, we believe this is a new industry operating not just nationally, but in our state. And that's what we're concerned about. And that fee will be used to help offset the cost of monitoring the data and making sure that our regulations are appropriate, and going forward may need additional regulations. You know, this is an industry that is new, but on the other hand is very old. People have paid for transportation to get from one place to another, or to have goods delivered for a very, very long time. But now it's being done with the new technology. And we have always regulated the taxi industry. It has been highly regulated, and to the benefit of both, particularly to the public and to the consumers, as well as to the people who work in that industry. And there's been a lot of transparency in that industry and a lot of reporting. So we are in the process of developing statutes that will serve the same purpose within this new approach to this industry. I do want to point out that one of the states that we looked at was New York State, and the registration fee in New York State is $100,000. So I don't think we're not at that level, but we certainly were out of line with what would be required to do the work we need to do to be sure that the state is acting responsibly. I know that we disagree on that, but that is our perspective and the reason for this. We did consult with the comptroller's office in setting this fee.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I haven't indicated what I agree or disagree with. I'm just asking questions. And I wanted to just follow up because that was a pretty lengthy answer. Was it that we're going to charge $5,000 according to this bill because the state is going to monitor this company, the companies engaged in this activity specifically, and it's going to cost the state of Connecticut this $5,000 to do so? Was that the answer through you, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Kushner.
The answer was that we need to address this industry differently than we have, and that we think that that is an appropriate amount registration fee, and that in fact it will be used in part to offset the cost to collect, to analyze the data that is provided.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all those answers, except it's all over the place. The fee is $5,000 because we looked at other states, but then we find out that New York's $100,000, but we're $5,000. And then we find out that we're going to use this because we think it's a good place to land, and potentially to offset some of the monitoring that we're going to do in the future. The fact of the matter is that it's quite clear to anyone listening to this conversation that this is a completely arbitrary number. And if the state's interest is in actually promoting economic viability and economic growth that would create jobs and opportunities and actually help out the people that came to testify in favor of this bill, then they wouldn't be trying to create impediments to people entering into this industry as competitors by increasing this fee to a point beyond what the state needs to actually process a license, if that's needed at all. I also want to point out that it's extremely ironic to hear comparisons to the taxi industry. You know, a number of years ago when these companies entered the state of Connecticut, they came completely unregulated. And shame on them actually for coming to the Connecticut General Assembly and asking to be regulated and having the state government create legislation for them. But in the process, I remember having a very, very lengthy debate with the now comptroller, former representative Sean Scanlon, because this bill came to the insurance committee because it was such a hot potato. The transportation committee didn't want to do it, and the labor committee didn't want to do it. So it came to insurance of all places, and we had a multi-hour debate on the floor of the House of Representatives over the comparisons between the taxi industry and the TNCs. And to this day, there's very little regulation that actually needs to occur in that industry regarding background checks and making sure that the safety of both the drivers and passengers is looked after, much the way it is in the taxi industry. The taxi industry was shoved aside by the Connecticut General Assembly in an effort to accommodate TNC several years ago. So it's very interesting to see this turn of events happening in the short time frame since. And maybe they regret coming and asking for permission to operate here and regulation to go with it. The whole thing is just crazy to me. Section 3 requires TNCs to provide real-time messaging between the company and the driver through the digital network when the driver is using the network, and to do it in both English and Spanish. Can I ask again, through you, Mr. Chairman, what exactly is the compelling state interest? Why does the state have to engage in regulating this? Why? What is the state's business in telling a private company doing business with a private contractor, not an employee, that they have to communicate in this way? I mean, and does this happen in any other circumstance in business in Connecticut at all between willing independent parties? Through you,
Senator Kushner.
I believe there is regulation between other industries and between contractors, and I think there's a lot of it. There are a lot of terms that we set down in statute that and require companies to engage in certain employment practices and in practices toward the public they're serving as well throughout our statute. So I don't think this is unusual. I think it's because the technology that's being used now for these services did not exist 20 years ago. And I think it's taken us a while, but we do see this happening in other states as well. I do want to go back and point out that the $5,000 registration fee is a floor, but there are higher fees for larger companies that are built into the to this proposed bill, including $30,000 for a transportation network with 200 or more transportation network drivers.
Senator Sampson.
You're muted, sir.
Muted, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the additional information. I mean, I would like to stick to my questions just so I can get through what I need to. And certainly the gentlelady can say whatever she needs to at the end of the conversation. But I just, I'm trying to ask questions as part of our, making the case that I'm working on. And I was asking a very specific question about a regulation that requires a company and an independent contractor to engage in real-time messaging through a digital network, and that it has to be in English and Spanish. Do we do that to any other employee or employers and their contractors?
I don't have
Senator Kushner.
I don't have access to the information about where we might do this otherwise in statute, but I think there are probably places that we require materials to be translated.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd be very curious to see if that exists anywhere, because I don't think anyone else in any previous labor committee and in any previous legislature has gone this far to insert themselves in things that they have no business getting themselves in. Just because we're elected to be lawmakers and serve in the legislature does not give us the power to go and interfere with the lives of a lot of free people for no reason. You know, we are kind of limited in what we're allowed to do as a legislature. If we don't get to govern people's lives, we don't get to dictate to them how to live. And this bill does a lot of dictating to people how to live. And it's, in my view, egregious as a result. This bill also in Section 3 changes the time frame for a TNC to provide certain information to the driver from within a certain reasonable period of time, which, again, I don't believe, in my view, that we have any requirement to tell them how to do anything. That's between that contractor and that employer, and that's it. We are not a party to that transaction. And as long as there's no compelling interest that the state has, and I would define a compelling interest as public safety, for example, you know, the state can make laws and get involved in these transactions when there's an interest for the state to do so, because potentially someone would be harmed. We can tell someone that they have to run their company a certain way, or they have to paint their trucks bright orange if they're parked on the side of the highway, or some things like that, if there is a reason for it. But there's no reason for this. There's no compelling state interest. There's not even a state interest at all, let alone a compelling one, to be telling a company that they have to do this kind of thing. You know, transferring information and providing information. This bill says that the TNC has to provide this information within 5 minutes, and what the state considers to be relevant to determine their compensation. Do we require other businesses in the state to tell their contractors that they contract with the financial background to why they're offering them a certain amount of compensation through you, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Kushner.
I'm not aware of that. It could exist, but I'm not aware of any.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going on to Section 4, it says that the TNC is required to transmit through its digital network specified information with 5 minutes of a completed ride, finalized receipt within 24 hours, including the driver's rate of pay, the rate per minute, the rate per mile, percentage of the rider's fare received by the driver, dynamic pricing, any tips, the gross pay, net pay to the driver, deductions of fees, tolls, surcharges, lease fees, and other fees, and an itemization of such deductions. What I'm trying to understand is, what is the purpose of the state requiring this information to be provided to the driver through you?
Senator Kushner.
We believe this provides the transparency that we are seeking to make sure that drivers are aware of all of these elements and what's going into the each fare each time they accept a fare.
I'm sorry, Senator Sampson.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, I think that there's a huge disconnect here, because, you know, we're talking about private contractors. We're talking about people that do work for hire. You know, it's the same as somebody that I hire to change the roof on my house. Or, you know, the person that I might hire to plow my driveway, or something like that. Is the next step that we're going to require anyone that's paying a contractor to make sure that the contractor understands the financial circumstances of the person buying their services? Does the guy who plows my driveway need to know whether I'm current on all of my bills before we make a deal to pay him for doing a service that I'm contracting him for through you?
Senator Kushner,
I assumed that was a rhetorical question.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it's not a rhetorical question. It's a direct parallel. The transportation network company is hiring someone who's put themselves out as a driver, and they're contracting with them for their services. Now, the case is the transportation network company sets the price, but that's no different than me going on to Facebook and saying, I'll pay somebody $75 to plow my driveway. That's all. If somebody comes along and wants to plow my driveway, they can attempt to negotiate those terms if they want. But chances are they'll just say, $75 seems fair. But is the state going to come along and start saying that if I want to advertise that I'm going to pay $75 to have someone plow my driveway, that I've got to give them all of the details of my financials as well? It's a real question because it's a direct parallel to what's happening here. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
I will not. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me to answer. I am not going to project what the state or what this committee or what any committee might do in the future in terms of legislation. So that's why I assumed it was a rhetorical question. I don't think it's appropriate for me to speculate on what the state might or might not do or what committees might or might not do in the future.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a fair point, I guess. It's an absurd concept, but no more absurd, not even remotely 1% more absurd than what's happening in this bill, which is telling a private company that is offering contractual work and at the free will of the contracted driver to take it or leave it based on what they're offering. The state has no interest in getting involved in that transaction. There is zero public safety interest at stake. There is zero any other compelling interest for the state. In Section 5, it says that we're going to dictate the minimum compensation now that can be offered to drivers. Is there another circumstance, Mr. Chairman, where we require that someone that is hiring someone to do work for them has to pay them a certain minimum requirement through you?
Senator Kushner.
This proposed bill is limited to the industry and to the jurisdiction that we have outlined through the definitions.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe there's another case. I don't believe there's another case where the state dictates how much independent contractors are paid for their services, because you know who determines that? The independent contractor. And yes, this is a special circumstance where the number of contractors willing to work for this particular business and partner with them is significant. And they set a standard rate that they offer, and the contractors can choose to fulfill that need or not. But these are not employees. They're not any employees by any stretch of the imagination. And to treat them as if they're employees, as this bill does, is fundamentally wrong. They're not hiring these people. They are agreeing to work with them as independent contractors. And those independent contractors can choose to do what they want. They don't have to report for work in any specific hours. They choose what jobs they take, just like any other contractor, just like the guy who plows my driveway. If I offer $75 to do my driveway and my neighbor only offers 50 and the contractor doesn't want to do it, he doesn't have to. And neither do these TNC drivers. They don't have to do any of this. As was pointed out earlier, it's their free will to decide whether they want to take on these jobs or not. And for the state of Connecticut to try and interject and say that the TNC has to pay its private contractors who are working for themselves some amount is price fixing, for one, and has nothing to do with minimum wage standards or anything else, because this is not about a wage. These people are not working for a wage. They are contracting work, just like a roofer or anyone else that works in the trades. Section 5 also requires the labor commissioner to annually adjust the minimum compensation based on the employment cost index or its success index for wages and salaries of all civilian workers. Through you, Mr. Chairman, what does that have to do with this private contractor and what they're willing to take these jobs for? Through you.
Senator Kushner.
I recognize that the case that you're making, that this is no different than the person that is hired to plow a driveway for an individual. I would suggest that there are many differences between that relationship and the relationship of people who work for Uber and Lyft, providing rides to the customers of Uber and Lyft. But I don't think that's what, I don't think that we need to wholly litigate that issue, although I'm sure we may have another opportunity to do so. I believe that and I know you object to me doing anything but answering your questions, but it is relevant to the conversation. We have looked at other states and jurisdictions that are grappling with the same issues that we're grappling with here in trying to understand, what as a state can we do to address the this growing industry in our state. And we're not the only state that has considered this. In fact, in other states, they've already adopted some similar minimum pay standards, which include Massachusetts, Washington State, Minnesota, and Oregon. It's also been done in New York City and in Seattle. So we looked at all of those in addressing this issue for Connecticut. We didn't just simply adopt one of them, but we considered all those in the drafting of this proposed legislation. In terms of using the employee cost index to adjust going forward, it seemed like we clearly didn't want to be in a situation where 10 years from now, we find that we're so out of sync with what's going on in the world with inflation and with employee cost increases. And so we thought it best to build that into this system from the outset.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that answer. Referencing other states that also have lawmakers with extreme hubris and lack of understanding of our American system of free market economics doesn't dissuade me from saying this is completely and utterly irrelevant information in the circumstance that we're discussing. The fact of the matter is this is a private business and they're contracting for work. Those contractors can choose to do it or not. There's plenty of people willing to do it. Clearly, otherwise Uber and Lyft would be going out of business, wouldn't they? And there's no interest for us to get involved in that transaction. No one's being harmed by it. The gentle lady said that you were grappling with how to handle this. What are we grappling with in particular? I'm trying to understand what, as I started this conversation, is the compelling interest for any of this? Why does the state feel the need to get involved in this transaction? If it's not for public safety, then what is the reason? And I will just state from the outset, if it's for a political reason to engender the support of the TNC drivers or to create a future, a bargaining coalition or a union, those are not compelling state interests. The only compelling state interest I can see when it comes to TNCs is maintaining the public safety and also the safety of the people involved, not just the passengers that use the service, but also the drivers, which, again, I will point out, has never been properly addressed. We wanted to have that conversation. I'm more than happy to have it because I can point out to the many, many failures in the original policy when it was drafted that put so many more requirements on the taxi industry and said, you know what? In the case of these TNCs, we're going to let them slide. We're not going to make them do background checks, and we're not going to do any of this stuff at the substantial risk to people on the street. That is a compelling state interest. So again, what is the state grappling with when it comes to how to manage the TNC industry? Through you,
Senator Kushner.
Your remarks about the speculation that we might be doing this to gain favor with a particular group of workers, drivers in this case, or to seek to unionize them. I absolutely believe that unionization benefits workers in every industry. And I think it's good for Connecticut. But that is not the purpose of this bill. And this bill needs to make sure that we are addressing a new industry and that we are appropriately regulating that industry. And yes, that we are ensuring that the people who work in that industry are compensated fairly. That is something that I believe is our responsibility as a legislature. We do that in other settings. And I believe that this is, while it's a new technology, it is really critical that we get this right. And I think that when I say we've been grappling with it, I mean, this bill has been before us in the past, and we hadn't gotten it to the point where we felt confident that we could move this and accomplish the goals that we have. I believe we've done a much better. I think we've integrated the information that we've gained in the past. We've looked at what other states are doing, and I think we're in a better place with this bill as it's fashioned today.
Senator Sampson.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess from that lengthy answer, what I'm looking for, what I was asking about is what we're grappling with. The answer was we feel the need to regulate the compensation of the drivers. I just want to make sure I had that correct.
Oh, let me add to that, because it's not just about regulating the compensation. And by the way, I do want to point out that we do have a responsibility to the people who work in the state because they live in the state. They pay taxes in the state. They are our constituents. They are just as much our constituents as the employers who live in this state. So I don't think we're out of line at all in saying that compensation is a key role of the Labor Committee and of the state legislature to make sure that people are compensated fairly. That's why we spent so much time, and unfortunately it took us so long to get the minimum wage right. But we did, and we've made a vast impact on the state of Connecticut. So regulating these companies, much like we regulate a lot of industries in this state, and I believe to the benefit of the state and to the benefit of the people who live in this state, both those that ride in these vehicles as well as those who drive them. So I don't think we're out of line here. I think this is very much, but it's not, this bill is not limited to just looking to unionize or increase the pay of these drivers. It, I think, is more far reaching, and especially in that one of the key components of this bill is to make sure that we are gathering data, both in transparency for the person who's working for these companies, but also for the state, so we can better determine what is appropriate. And I'm sorry, I got a little excited there.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the answer and the passion of the gentlelady, although I couldn't disagree more about her assessment of the situation. You know, the fact of the matter is the minimum wage is not an accomplishment of the legislature. And it has not, I will agree that it has made a vast impact on the state of Connecticut. I mean, I just got through speaking with the folks in my local ARC who are struggling to get employees because their employees have to have the ability to choose to go work in the retail industry or at the Starbucks down the street for the same pay. So why would they want to clean bedpans and take care of people with intellectual disabilities? So consequently, they're basically struggling to manage to even survive. They've cut the executive compensation down to almost nothing. All the managers in the offices are having to do all kinds of different jobs and do the jobs of 3 people that used to exist in their company because they're struggling to pay these folks enough to be able to do the job, because the minimum wage didn't increase anyone's wage. All it did was distort the marketplace in a way that as harming people and preventing entry-level opportunities. It is forming reasons for companies to switch to automation. It is basically ending the opportunity that used to exist in the state of Connecticut for a lot of young people to enter the workplace. It's also changing companies that used to have 10 employees and now only have 7. And certainly those people are compensated better, but their jobs are different and they have to do more than they did before, making it harder for newer people to come along and compete. Championing the minimum wage at such an exorbitant number that we have now flies in the face of good policy making, and cheerleading it as if it's a success is absurd in my view. And this is an entirely separate distinct situation. These people are not employees and they don't need to be compensated at a minimum wage. They are voluntary contractors choosing what jobs they do. And the gentlelady said she didn't see immediate distinctions between that and the guy who does the plowing, but was sure that there are some. Well, no doubt there's going to be some distinctions in every case, but it's much more similar than I think the folks in this committee are giving it credit for. The fact of the matter is that snowplow driver is deciding whether he wants the job because it makes sense for him. That's all. He has no interest in the person who's paying him to plow the driveway. Just like the TNC driver has no interest in what Uber's doing. That's none of his business. His business is, do I want to take this job to drive this person from this place to this place for this amount of money? Yes or no? That's his choice and his option and his freedom to choose. The idea that somehow we need to interfere with that is what I'm complaining about and why I'm trying to make an impassioned plea to this committee to recognize this is not our role. Okay? And if you think it's your role, you weren't paying attention for all of the years that this legislature has existed and the rules by which it operates and the Constitution that we operate under. Our job is not to dictate the individual lives of people or to adjust the compensation of one company to pay another company. That is not our job. This bill goes on in Section 6 to say that it's going to require the Transportation Network Company to disclose to drivers that they may enroll in the paid family and medical leave insurance program. It's like, since when are we telling private companies that it is their job to tell other private companies the law? Are they being compensated for that? Is the state going to pay the TNC for performing that service for the state of Connecticut? And then finally, it requires the TNC to establish internal appeals process for drivers who are suspended and so forth. Again, this is a situation between these two businesses, and that's what they are. The TNC is a business, and the TNC driver is a business as well. When he files his taxes at the end of the year, he or she, the TNC network driver, they file as a self-employed person, and they can write off their expenses. They can handle it themselves just like the TNC does, in fact, as a business, making a statement about how much they've earned and how much it costs them to earn that through their expenses. And this is not about the minimum wage. This is not about an employee relationship. This is not about the state protecting workers. They're not workers. They're contractors who are choosing to take on a task that's being offered to them by a private company. They're not employed by that company. The distinction is significant, and it's lost in this legislation. This is a terrible, terrible bill in the sense that it sticks the nose of the state of Connecticut in places it's never even considered going before, in ways that, in my view, defile the notion of the free marketplace that built this country. And it shows off how the majority party in this state views their role as elected lawmakers, that they have the right to go and stick their nose in anybody's business at any time for anything, whether it's people's choices on, what vaccinations go into their body, or what jobs they take, or how they interact in a business arrangement. The state doesn't have a compelling interest for these things, and therefore this bill should be rejected out of hand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any other questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will do my best not to repeat the questions that my colleagues asked. They're fine questions, fine concerns. I want to start off with the notion, Mr. Chair, have we given consideration of the fact that the California Supreme Court patently rejected treating rideshare drivers as employees?
Senator Kushner.
This bill does not address the employee status issue.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that. However, this bill does look to extend benefits that would not typically be offered to an independent contractor. Paid family medical leave, to my knowledge, has been reserved for employees. And here we're trying to, offer benefits, offer certain notifications that are normally extended to an employee, protections not to a subcontractor or independent contractor. So I'm drawing a distinction. I recognize to the good senator's remarks, but the benefits we are looking to extend here are typical of an employer-employee relationship, and these are not employees. Have we given consideration to that, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner.
We very consciously did not address the employee status in this bill. But as I have said to the previous answer to the previous questions, that in fact this seeks to address things that we believe are very critical in this newly emerging industry. And so it is not going at all to the employee, the standard, or seeking to address the employee standard. It could be taken into account by a court, of course, because that's the way the courts operate. I do want to point out that on the Family Medical Leave Act, we were very conscious in drafting that to put in an opportunity for independent contractors to participate, and it was well thought out and it's well designed. But a lot of independent contractors are not aware of it. And so, it seemed quite appropriate to make, regardless of whether these are independent contractors or certain individuals in working for these companies might be found to be employees. Regardless of that, we thought it was beneficial that they understand the accessibility they have today to the paid family medical leave program.
Thank you for that. So we've addressed the independent contractor. I also would point out that Massachusetts and New York also recognize these drivers as independent contractors. I wanted just to ask a couple technical questions, just to more clarifying. Line 45 talks about transportation network must provide fill out a form annually with the commissioner. And I want to make sure, or for clarification, is an electronic form suitable? Is that the expectation?
That would be my expectation. I think we're trying as a state to, as much as possible, move to that in that direction. So that would be my expectation.
Representative Weir.
Thank you. Senator Sampson covered my questions on the registration fee. Section 3, lines 99 through 102, talks about providing the obligation of the network company to provide real-time messaging between the company and the driver through their digital network. Is this not already being done, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner.
I'm not aware that it's being done, but even if it's being done by the two main companies, there may be other competitors that enter this field. They should know that that's required. I do believe that it may not be done by some of the smaller delivery companies.
Representative Weir.
Thank you for that. I want to jump up a couple, end of section 2, lines 93 through 95 talks about a transportation network operating without a registration, or if without a valid registration, or if that registration's been suspended, that the fine shall be fined not more than $50,000. How did we arrange at a fine of up to $50,000? Is there any, are there any other fines that fall in? I'm not aware, you know, things that we've seen have been 1,000, 10,000. Where did this 50,000 come from?
Senator Kushner.
I would have to go back and look at my notes, and I don't have them in front of me, but we consulted a number of people, and I am getting a message that that's existing law.
Thank you. You have a good helper.
I do.
It's also section 3, when we talk about 5 minutes, you know, I'm not going to bother on that. I won't bother you. I think Senator Sampson covered that. In section 3, in dynamic pricing lines 149 through 157, do we know if this is happening today? In my experience, you taking Uber or Lyft, you know, they provide a fare estimator. All that data, all that information is provided.
Senator Kushner.
I would have to go through each piece of it to see if it's provided the way that it's specified here. Some of it is certainly provided to folks to understand that there's dynamic pricing. I don't know that we all understand what that means, but, or, you know, how that's determined. But I would have to say that I assume that the reason we have this in here, without checking my notes, is that because we felt each element of this was important to articulate.
Representative Ware.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. I also would like to just discuss lines 158 through 164, talking about the limitation on 2.5 times the usual price in the when there's declaration of an emergency or disaster. I'd just like to point out a concern I have with this is, you know, at some point, a driver may not want to respond in a snowstorm, or I'm not sure what exactly, you know, other than a weather event, and the TNC may have to offer a higher fee. They may, you know, if the driver normally got $20, well, maybe it needs to be 100 to get the driver to come pick up the rider. The rider would see that through that. I believe that would be picked up through dynamic pricing, but I have a concern with limiting how much the company could raise the price. That the rider always has the opportunity to say no. The rider is asking a driver to come out in a dangerous time. I'm not, you know, other than an ideal, you know, fair weather day, you may have drivers who simply say, no, we're not going to do, you know, we're not going to do that if not for Uber offering. So I draw attention to the, this isn't so much a question as what could go wrong here, is that the riders have an opportunity. If they want the ride, they have an opportunity to say no to the price, and as does the driver, in which case, in order to entice the driver to say yes, Uber may have to raise the price until at which point the driver does say yes.
Can I don't want to interrupt you, but it might be helpful to you to know that this piece is also existing law.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I see it highlighted here. I assumed that was all part of JFS. Thank you. I'd like to point out on section 5, Mr. and Madam Chair, in terms of the compensation, minimum compensation for the drivers, one option is to be paid, see here, some $1.59 Yeah, so option two, $1.59 per mile plus 68 cents per minute with the rider transport time. So that, to combine, those are $2.27 per mile. Federal reimbursement for the use of a car, 70 cents per mile that somebody can write off on their taxes if asked to use their personal vehicle. So I don't know how we arrived at 227 a mile. But I mean, federally, is a third of that. So I just want to point that out. I'm free to answer if we know where that 227 came from, or I'll just raise it as a concern.
And I'm sorry, I did not hear the line reference. Could you repeat that?
I didn't reference the line. 295 through 298.
Thank you. Just want to be sure I'm looking at the right. I can respond that might be helpful, that in coming to these amounts, we did look at what's being done in other states where there's been something adopted in statute. And clearly, there's a lot of costs that go in beyond what's considered in the mileage rate for the federal government that go into providing this service.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think what we, by us meddling in that, we, Uber and Lyft and these rideshare companies have come to, figure out an algorithm that seems to work for the riders, and it seems to work for the drivers because the drivers are showing up to do the work. There are opportunities to decline a ride if it's, I've had drivers have said that they've declined a ride because it's across town and it's going to pay me $10 and it's going to take me forever to get there. So I know that those decisions can be made. Us imposing a minimum ride, I think, is really going to mess with that whole system. That could be easily worked out between the driver and the driver and the TNC company. Question on lines 332 through roughly 337. Are we requiring the TNC company to provide insurance for the driver, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner?
I'm sorry, I had a distraction for a moment. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, certainly. Referring to lines 332 roughly through 337, are we requiring the TNC companies to provide insurance coverage for the drivers?
No.
Okay, thank you. Couple more questions and then I'll wrap up. Section 6, lines 468 through 480 talks about the driver needing to certify the roadworthiness that the transportation network, excuse me, let me start over. The driver must certify to the transportation network company that the vehicle's in good working order. And it goes through a list. Some of these things require calibration. Have we given thought that to the fact that, some of these drivers are just merely that, they're not mechanics, they're drivers? Does that certification really mean anything?
Representative Weir, this again is existing law.
Thank you for that. Trying to go back and forth between the highlight and the. All right, I have no further questions. I think I'll just wrap up that we've clearly established this is a independent contractor and contractor arrangement. This is not an employer-employee relationship or arrangement. We are an at-will state. These drivers have incredible flexibility. Again, what I've said, I'll restate here that I think anybody going out into the workforce should be compensated in a manner they think they need to be compensated. And if where they are at a particular point in the life, if the job isn't paying, I think there's opportunities to negotiate or refuse lower paying opportunities or go find a new opportunity. We are spending a lot of time here, 20-page bill, insinuating, as I read it, that we're going to be extending benefits to independent contractors that would normally be reserved for employees only, and trying to create an employee-employer relationship where there isn't one, where courts in other states have said there isn't one. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Senator Kushner.
I appreciate that I would not normally interject at this point, but I do want to only address one thing that Representative Weir said in his closing, which is that, and perhaps what he meant to say is that he believes that we've established that they're independent contractors. I want to be clear that in drafting this bill, we do not intend to weigh in on the issue of independent contractor or employee status. That was not our intent, and we don't think that we have done so. The Department of Labor has had come before it sometimes complaints from individual TNC drivers, and they have had to make that determination. I don't know how frequently. I did not ask them to provide data, but I just simply want to be clear that we're not weighing in on that issue through this piece of legislation.
Any other questions, comments? Representative Weir. Oh, okay. Yeah. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 5, Senate Bill 1487, an act concerning transportation network companies and third-party delivery companies. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 6751. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no. I apologize.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative Shake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Votes will be held open. On to the next item on our agenda, SB 1274, an act concerning working conditions. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
This is a bill that has not changed since we first introduced it, and it is what is often referred to as a placeholder bill.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Canino, I apologize.
No worries. Thank you very much. This, along with, I believe the next two bills, while considered a placeholder bill, we would call a dummy bill. We generally object over here on the side of the aisle to the idea of using dummy bills that really haven't been fully fleshed out yet, and we will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other hands, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Oh, I apologize, Representative Mastro Francesco. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the little slow on the hand. As Representative Canino said, we're looking at some dummy bills. What is the process for a dummy bill? What happens with it then at that point after it passes out of committee? There's no language in it. There's nothing really there.
Senator Kushner?
I assume the question is meant to or an explanation for the public who might be listening, because I think this is a process that is very well known to all of the legislators. Essentially, this moves on, becomes a vehicle for amendment that could take place on the floor of either chamber that would provide us the opportunity to insert important from my point of view, important legislation that perhaps had not had a place in a previous bill. Sometimes it's the result of modifying a bill that was contained in another, using this vehicle to put forward legislation that may have been in a bill with, many more issues discussed in, and we sometimes say, let's take this piece out and put it in a separate bill. So there are different ways in which a placeholder bill can be used, but it always will end up coming before the chamber.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions from the committee?
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. Representative.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I think it's important that the public understands what a dummy bill is. And through you, Mr. Chairman, if language is inserted in any of these bills going forward as a vehicle, will the language in here or the details in here, what we're talking about, would have those items have had a public hearing?
Senator Kushner.
I believe there have been times when that has not occurred, when there have been placeholder bills used in the past.
Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you. Okay, so there could be legislation or policy inserted into these dummy bills that have not had a public hearing and input from the public. And that is a good possibility. I just want people to understand it because we've seen this many times. There is a process. We've had plenty of time to debate issues. We've been in session since January, and the public should have the opportunity to have input on this. So when we have a dummy bill, and I believe if I understand what you're saying, is that yes, there could be language inserted in here that talks about policy that has not had a public hearing. So I just wanted to clarify that, really, Madam Chair, for the public. But I thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments of the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 6, Senate Bill 1274, an act concerning working conditions. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Mastrofrancesco, no.
Representative Shake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. On to the next agenda item, SB 1275, an act concerning workers' rights. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
This bill, like the previous bill, is a placeholder bill.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
The roll call vote has been requested on agenda item 7, Senate Bill 1275, an act concerning workers' rights. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Mastrofrancesco votes no.
Representative Mastrofrancesco, I didn't see you on camera. Would you mind just repeating that?
Mastrofrancesco votes no.
Thank you. Representative Shake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. On to the next agenda item, HB 6905, an act concerning the workers' compensation system. JFS to the floor, LCO 6740. May I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for your summarization.
Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I have the right bill in front of me.
So Senator, I actually misspoke. That was the next bill with the LCO.
Could you rephrase the motion?
I will rephrase the motion. Make sure that I actually do have the right bill in front of me. My apologies. Okay. Cincinnati. Senator, it is, well, I'll rephrase. The next item on our agenda is
Apologize, I wasn't paying close enough attention, but I think you may have already moved the other one. And if so, can you ask, if I'm wrong about that, maybe LCO could, someone in the room could advise whether there had been a motion made and if it needs to be withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
I make a motion to withdraw the previous resolution.
So seconded, withdrawn.
Moved and seconded.
Thank you. Now I apologize, but I think you should probably go back and make the motion again for the correct bill.
Thank you, Senator. Next on our agenda, HB 6905, an act concerning the workers' compensation system. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Again, this is a placeholder bill, as were the other two I just described previously.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 8, House Bill 6905, an act concerning the workers' compensation system. Motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative Shake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Votes will be held open. On to the next agenda item, HB 6906, an act concerning the Labor Department. JFS to the floor. LCO 6740. May I have a motion?
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Thank you. This is S language entirely, and this is an example of a placeholder that has now been used to provide legislation, a proposed bill that would require the DAS commissioner by September 1, 2025 to develop and implement policies and procedures to give preference to hiring federal employees who were laid off or retired from federal service since January 1, 2025. If they're hired by the state, the commissioner must consider their years of federal service when deciding their classification and pay grades. The bill also requires the Department of Labor commissioner to hold a job fair for these former federal employees and for UConn and UCSC to develop a job portal with positions for applicants who were previously employed by a U.S. higher education institution to perform federally funded research. Both of these requirements must happen by September 1st, 2025, and within available appropriations. And I just want to point out, it's an example of where there have been developments since we began our legislative session and since we passed deadlines for proposed bills. Many people in our state have found themselves laid off or fired unexpectedly from the federal government. And we, as a state, think we can provide opportunities for those folks who had not anticipated this, very likely had not anticipated this loss of their jobs, to have employment with the state where there are vacancies.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this was originally going to be the fourth dummy bill on this agenda. And, my colleagues were a lot nicer about it than I would be. A dummy bill is basically symbolic of the majority's utter disregard for the public and the process that we use in the legislature by which we have bills that are proposed by individual lawmakers and then approved by the chairs to go forward. And of course, they only approve bills that they certainly support themselves, regardless of the desires of other members of the committee and the people that represent them. And then the process of having a public hearing where people can come forward and be able to discuss the content of those bills, and then a committee debate and vote like the one we're having today. I suppose I should be pleased that this particular dummy bill did have some substitute language replaced at the last minute at the 11th hour another problem with our system that effectively allows the majority to schedule a committee meeting with 15 to 100 items on it, mere hours before we're supposed to have the meeting, reams of paper effectively, and then to change those bills with substitute language with almost no notice at all. Utterly denying the minority an opportunity to be fully prepared or even to get together to exchange ideas and thoughts sometimes because of the timing of the meetings. This particular language that's been inserted into this bill is nothing more than political posturing. It is not what this legislature should be used for. This is a way to go ahead and create some sort of a fervor regarding the actions of the President of the United States and his desire to trim the fat of our federal government. Every day I'm hearing, countless media reports and things coming from the majority party nationally and sometimes here in the state about how, Social Security is going to go away and Medicaid's going to go away, and the president's putting disabled people and veterans on the street. And I have yet to see a single person that's been harmed by the president's actions. I had a town hall meeting in Cheshire last night, and there was a number of people there, and some of them were, approaching me with the same kind of commentary. And I asked them, I said, okay, what have you lost? And not a single person in the room could identify something that has been affected in the way that's been portrayed in the media or by the majority party. This policy I want to understand this correctly, is going to suggest that we should provide preference in hiring to federal employees who have been laid off. Through you, Mr. Chairman, would this include federal employees that are not even Connecticut residents?
Senator Kushner?
I don't see that this is restricted to Connecticut residents. That might be something we'd want to consider before the bill comes to the floor, but I don't believe that's in this bill.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate for us to provide preferences for employment to anyone except for the most qualified and experienced person for the job. Preferences have always been wrong, whether they are preferences based on color or gender, or whether or not you are a laid off federal employee, should not be the determining factor by which anyone gets hired, and certainly not by the state of Connecticut. The citizens of the state of Connecticut that pay for our government, the ones that actually are out there working hard and having a large portion of their pay taken from them, in the form of taxes, they deserve better than to have policies like this, which are made for political purposes and that provide preferences for certain groups, which may result in less than the ideal or most specifically qualified candidate to get the job. And I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague covered a couple of the items that I have concerns with, but I would like to, I don't know the circumstances surrounding some of the layoffs and firings of the federal employees. But I have to imagine that some of those may be high performers and some of those may be low performers. I doubt that that all are high performers who were let go, and I doubt that all were low performers. And so I find it really disturbing that we would give preference to, never mind a federal employee, any person, if you could put whatever group or designation you want before that, we would give preference to that, and potentially end up with someone who's unqualified or unmotivated. I would like to see zero, from the if you're taking a low performer, I would like to see zero low performers hired for Connecticut state government. Zero. We want the top performers. So if we gave preference to top performers, I might be able to support this bill. I hear from my constituents almost every day, several times per week. Obviously, it was exacerbated over the summer with these ridiculous electric bills based on the public benefits charge found in our bills. And that's the number one complaint I got that I receive week in and week out. And the number two is an unresponsive state agencies. Somebody having an issue getting a hold of somebody at the DMV to answer their question. Whatever. I'm not going to pick on the DMV. It's right down the list. Okay. And we saw that we've had children who were in the care of Department of Social Services who were injured, sexually assaulted, abused. So I don't want any more employees that are going to give service like that. Okay. That's the number one concern I have. So I want the best and the brightest being hired in Connecticut. I don't want a low performing federal employee jumping the line ahead of some poor person who what about an employee from the private sector who was laid off, who's in the queue to be hired by the state government. And because of, a stunt like this, we're going to hire and pander to somebody who was laid off, maybe for very good reasons. We are in the middle of a budget crunch right now in Connecticut, and to assert that we're going to spend money on job fairs, mandated job fairs, and advertising without concern. Actually, Mr. Chair, is there a fiscal note attached to this with any of these, any of the job fairs that will be held, any spaces that need to be rented, any materials that need to be printed, any employees who need to be present to administer this job fair?
We don't have one right now, Representative, but it will be within available appropriations.
Thank you for that. And do we know that there's even interest in having a job fair? Has anybody asked for a job fair that you know of, Mr. Chair?
We've certainly heard some concerns. I myself personally have heard concerns over individuals who have lost their jobs at the federal level and have asked the question if the state plans to do something. So I do think that there's an appetite for this, and ultimately, if there are positions available, certainly we would look for the most qualified individuals through the hiring process.
Thank you for that answer. Says that the labor commissioner in section 2 talks about the new requirements of the labor commissioner to organize this job fair. I didn't see any testimony from the labor commissioner. Is the labor commissioner aware of, and what does the labor commissioner think about us putting another burden on her and her office? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I am unaware just yet. It's something that we will have to certainly address.
Thank you for that. And I also see that we're going to require the University of Connecticut and the Connecticut State University system to develop a job portal with positions for applicants who were laid off under this in the higher education areas. I didn't see any testimony from anybody at UConn or from the Connecticut State University system, and seeing that both of them are in a budget crunch, certainly I've seen the chancellor of Connecticut State University. I actually passed him in the hallway. I've seen him in the higher education committee asking for funds and for appropriations. Have they been consulted, and are they expecting to have this come out of their budget?
I believe that this is something that we are certainly going to work out within the available appropriations, and an allocation in this situation would be something that certainly I think later will come with a fiscal note and will be addressed at that time.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. I think, again, we just passed 3 other dummy bills. This was supposed to be number 4, and obviously the language came in yesterday rather late. So I think I would have voted no on the dummy bill, but the fact that we're putting through a bill here at the last minute without consulting three of the stakeholders who are named in here who may not even know this is going to be asked of them, in addition to the offensive nature of prioritizing federal employees. This is like an anti-DOGE event. So I'll be a no. I'm disappointed that we're going to give preference based on who the employer is. I mean, this would be like saying, we're going to give, Pratt and Whitney employees preferential treatment or pick a company, which darn well would never happen ever in this building, where we would pick a company of top performers and put them at the top of the line. And then we insert federal employees, some of whom may be very qualified and many of whom likely have zero reason to be moved ahead of a qualified applicant. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I am going to join the chorus of my colleagues in opposing this this legislation. But before I get into my oppositions, I just have a couple questions. So it doesn't seem like there is an end date for this provision, for this preference. Would the drafters of this legislation, through you, Mr. Chair, be open to including an end date on this preferential treatment?
I certainly think that we could consider that in further dialogue, if necessary.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, because the last thing we want to see is a knee-jerk reaction to something that's happened at the federal level become a long-term precedent, especially when it is so controversial. If anyone is fired for cause at the federal level, now we hear about layoffs, but if anyone is fired for cause, and that could be for a number of different adverse actions in an employment environment, would they still be given preference under this bill?
I think we look at the whole of the individual that's applying for the position, and I certainly think that would be taken into consideration in the hiring process.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor the point too much. My colleagues did a great job, but one point that Representative Weir brought up that kind of stuck with me is that we would never do this for a private company. There have been, countless different insurers, manufacturers, restaurants, you name it, that have closed their doors in the state of Connecticut in the past couple of years. And one would argue, I certainly would, due to the policies that come out of Hartford. And we are giving them no such preferential treatment here. This just flies in the face of good government. We are prioritizing one set of employees over others strictly for political purposes. I don't think anyone on either side of the aisle can deny that this is being done in retaliation to an act that has been done by our president. And it is really just spitting in the face of the individuals who have lost their jobs for many other reasons. Not affording them that same preference, I think, is very bad public policy. I'll leave it there. I will be a no today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any Representative Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just remind our colleagues that we did pass in special session in 2019 when the government shut down and some of our federal employees were suddenly left without a paycheck, that in partnership with Webster Bank, we front loaded their pay that was owed. So we have done emergency measures like this to protect our, and it was for Connecticut workers who were impacted by that shutdown. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other further comments or questions? I don't see any hands online. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 9, House Bill 6906, an act concerning the Labor Department. This is a motion to JFS to the floor. Relevant LCO is 6740. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Mastro Francesco votes no.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Votes will be held open. Next up, we have HB 5605, an act concerning minor revisions to the Workers' Compensation Act. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just let me get to the right part. The current law generally requires the Workers' Compensation Commission's chairperson to annually set a fee schedule for workers' compensation medical providers and update relative values based on Medicare resource-based relative value scale. This bill removes the current requirement for the conversion to the Medicare resource-based relative value scale to be revenue neutral. I just want to say that the literal description of it, but we have asked many people what impact this would have on workers' compensation system, and we've been advised that it's obsolete language that we're removing and that it will not have any impact.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Any hands? I don't see. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 10, House Bill 5605, an act concerning minor revisions to the Workers' Compensation Act. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Master Francesco votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, I didn't see you on camera there.
Master Francesco votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On to the next agenda item, HB 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So seconded.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
This bill, excuse me, this bill requires an employer or its workers' compensation insurer to notify the workers' compensation administrative law judge and the injured workers when it objects to the approval or renewal of the employee's prescribed medication or durable medical equipment, or when it plans to discontinue or reduce payments for them.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions of the committee? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So here we have an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. The language of this bill basically stipulates that if, as the good Madam Chair said, if either the individual employer or the employer's insurance were to shut off or were to deny benefits for pharmaceuticals or durable health equipment, or decline to renew that authorization, that certain notices would have to be given. Not only would a notice have to be given to an administrative law judge, but the administrative law judge would actually have to sign off on that before the company or the insurer could proceed with termination, and also gives the individual an opportunity to request a hearing, 15 days to request a hearing. So my first question is, how does the language in this bill, through you, Mr. Chair, reduce delay in workers' compensation claims?
Senator Kushner.
I think that my understanding, and we've had this bill before, but the understanding is that there is a real concern about when people's medications or durable equipment is cut off without notice. And we think this requirement would make it less cumbersome when someone appeals that decision to the Workers' Compensation Board.
Representative Canino.
I appreciate that answer, but I still don't see how this is reducing any delay. In fact, it almost certainly is going to add delay if we're having to wait for an administrative law judge to sign off in these procedures. That's absolutely going to add time. If we're opening this up to a hearing process, virtually everybody's going to end up taking that. That's going to add time. And after speaking with the business community on this one, it came to my attention that what typically happens is if a employer decides either to deny benefits or to terminate benefits, that they typically do what is called a Form 43 through workers' comp. And that seems to be sufficient. Many employers use that, and employers are really not in the business of just dropping their individual employer and not telling them. I failed to hear any instances where that is really occurring. There could be issues with the individual's attorney getting that information to the client, but I failed to hear an instance where, or maybe not an instance, but a repetition of these instances where legislation would be required. But it seems that we are now including these two scenarios where we're dealing with either pharmaceuticals or durable medical equipment, and requiring them to submit a Form 36. Would that be a correct assumption through you, Mr. Chair?
Senator Kushner.
I know that we have had the form number in the past, but I don't have it in front of me.
Representative Pino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the language that is in this bill, on, bear with me, please. Lines 82 through 84 would include these instances in the Form 36. I have the Form 36 right in front of me. The language that is on here and in the statute, they're virtually identical. And this is just adding additional hoops for the process for individuals to jump through. As I stated before, I really don't see how this addresses undue delay. If anything, this language is in complete seems completely unrelated to even the testimony of the original proponent of this proposed bill. I don't see any real ties into what this says and what that testimony says. And we are now requiring, whereas before employers were able to do one form, a Form 43, now we're requiring a Form 36, and we're requiring that form has to be authorized by an administrative law judge. This is only going to create more burdens on employers. This is only moving us in a direction of a state that we should really not be going into, and that is these long drawn out processes between employers and employees. It is really having the complete opposite of the effect of the intended effect of the bill. And for those reasons, I really cannot support this legislation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Senator Kushner.
The concern about the title of the bill making so obvious, although I do believe it is probably relevant, who has your medication canceled without notice, or a durable medical device canceled without notice, it can mean thousands of dollars that you might be responsible for. It could be very dangerous to have this happen. And so, I think this effort is to make sure that people are given proper notice, and that it is, rather than having to have a denial and then file an appeal on that denial that could take a long time and would cause delays. It is much more efficient to know up front that there's going to be a removal of a benefit that you currently have, or a particular prescription that you're currently receiving, to know that up front and to have it approved in advance before that denial approved in advance, rather than having to appeal it afterward. I think that's the intent of this. It's a little hard to describe, but I'm sure for anybody who's been in that situation, it's horrific.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. I have no questions other than the fact that we saw a very similar bill last year. And, in reading through the bill, it doesn't appear to me that this is going to reduce the time. It's going to make it more complicated by involving a judge. The judges have busy dockets. I mean, our legal system is overwhelmed with cases and claims. And furthermore, when you involve a judge, you usually involve an attorney. And so you're adding cost, you're adding complexity to something that might otherwise be able to be done without having to go through a judge. I think this is a great deal for an attorney who will now have billable hours. I don't know if the trial lawyers are behind this one or not, but This is not, as I observe, going to make anything take less time or streamline anything. It's going to make it more complicated, add time, and potentially lead to litigation. I'll be a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 11, House Bill 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Gothier, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will pause and take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we will reconvene the meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And we will move on to agenda item 12, which is HB 6413, an act requiring uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage for Department of Transportation employees. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Thank you. We heard some very compelling testimony about the danger of workers who are serving the state and employed in the highway and state highway system. And I know that we were all deeply impacted and feel that there are things we can do to improve this situation. And I know that's being taken up in other committees, but particularly when there is a tragedy like occurred this year, we can address it through making sure there's compensation for the family. So this bill is one other step in that process, and that would require the department, excuse me, that would require the state to provide DOT employees who are, suffer severe bodily injury or death from an uninsured or underinsured motorist, that those DOT employees would be guaranteed insurance from the state of Connecticut to the tune of at least $1 million under the state fleet insurance policy. This is intended for someone who is working on our highways, or sometimes our streets are our highways, but it would have to occur to an employee when they were working outside of a motor vehicle.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for their summary. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 12, House Bill 6413, an act requiring uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage for Department of Transportation employees. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Master Francesco, yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, I didn't see you on camera. Could you say it again?
Got a problem with the camera today. Master Francesco votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. On to our next item is HB 7047, an act requiring automatic postings of certain state jobs. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
This bill requires the state to post job advertisements for certain vacant positions within 10 days after the vacancy occurs. It applies to positions not appointed by the governor or General Assembly within the Department of Public Health, DCF, EMS, DRS, DOC, or DOL, or teaching positions in the TSEC, Technical Education and Career System.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question, so this bill requires within 10 days of a vacancy occurring, a job posting to be made. So let's say, for example, there were 3 employees in the Department of Transportation who do the same job, who left on the same day. 10 days later, by 10 days later, would we have to have 3 separate job postings for each one of those vacant positions?
I believe that is the case. Senator Kushner, do you have a different perspective?
Yeah, it would be the case unless there was some other provision already in a collective bargaining agreement that provided for joint posting. But clearly this would require that it happen in no less than 10 days.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the answer. So that really just brings me to my point of the efficiencies and redundancies that this legislation could create. I mean, this was opposed by the Department of Administrative Services, and for good reason. I mean, right now, the state, as they pointed out in their testimony, can hire straight from certification lists. That saves a lot of time. And in their testimony, they said it could save a month's time in terms of hiring new employees. My second question is, during a potential hiring freeze, if the state were under a hiring freeze, I know right now we're not under a full hiring freeze, but for the most part, the state has been directed by the governor not to employ new individuals in many different sectors. Would this still come into effect? So if we were in a total hiring freeze, would there still have to be vacant job postings made under this law?
Senator Kushner.
This bill would require that. There's nothing in this bill that would say that does not specify during a hiring freeze there would be any change.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much. That again brings some significant concerns, because if individuals are out there looking for jobs and they see these job postings and they're applying to posting after posting, not realizing that the state, while putting these postings forward, has absolutely no intention of hiring them. Not only is it unfair to the individual, but it reduces confidence in the state of Connecticut as an employer. And I really don't think that's a situation that we want to be setting our state up for when we're talking about a competitive hiring environment. I believe the situation we have right now is completely sufficient. There really seems no reason to be creating these inefficiencies and redundancies. And for those reasons, I will be objecting to this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Very briefly, Mr. Chair, I recognize that, the idea is to, fill these positions quickly, but as Representative Canino pointed out, we have a hiring freeze that was brought forth by the governor. We've got it up impending, certainly a lot of budget discussions, budget crunch we're looking at. We had testimony, we had a nice debate the other day on House Bill 6517, which was about salary disclosures. And, one of the statements that was made by a member of this committee was we want to avoid wasting the time of applicants by making sure that the job postings are accurate and thorough. And, here in this event, if we have positions that are open but are not really open because of the freeze, we could very well be wasting people's time. So I'll be a no today. I'm concerned with anything that's automatic. I mean, situations change and are fluid, and I think so should our legislation or lack thereof. I think we should allow, these different departments to hire as needed and post as needed and be fluid. And if there's a hiring freeze and they're not allowed to hire, I don't think they should be posting until at which time that ends and there's a need. So I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 13, House Bill 7047, an act requiring automatic postings of certain state jobs. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
Sorry, no.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Master Francesco votes no.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On to the next agenda item, HB 5704, an act creating a construction pipeline program. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
Thank you. This is a bill that would establish a working group to study and make recommendations concerning developing a construction workforce pipeline program. I think the bill in constructing the working group probably needs a little more work. I've spoken with the proponent of the bill. I've spoken with Representative Weir, who's the ranking member, but I understand that the proponent of the bill is open to more conversation about this particular piece of legislation, but we are moving it forward today with the understanding that there'll be more conversation. We certainly appreciate that we have a very vibrant existing workforce in the construction trades, and we want to make sure that all voices are heard in the process of developing a construction workforce pipeline. So I'll be voting yes on this bill today, but with the understanding that we're going to continue to work on it.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions of the comments from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 14, House Bill 5704, an act creating a construction pipeline program. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. On to our next item is SB 828, an act establishing a working group to examine the workers' compensation program. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator Kushner for summarization.
This is a bill that establishes a working group to study the workers' compensation system for ways to streamline it, reduce prior authorization delays, and reduce fraudulent claims. I will be voting yes on this bill, although I do think it needs a little more work to flesh out the intent. But I will be a yes vote on this bill today.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions of the committee? Comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 15, Senate Bill 828, an act establishing a working group to examine the workers' compensation program. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. That brings us to our fourth item on our agenda, announcements and time and date of the next meeting. Our next meeting, if needed, will occur on Tuesday, March 25th at 10 a.m. In this hearing room 2B and via Zoom. A motion to recess?
So moved.
Wait.
Senator Kushner.
I apologize. I did want to take an opportunity, since this very well may be our last JF meeting of the regular JF meeting of the session. If we do have bills referred to us, obviously we would convene a Labor and Public Employees Committee. But at this time, I think it's anticipated that we will not have for any other bills. There's a possibility always of another bill being taken up on Tuesday, and certainly that being our deadline, that is something we would entertain. But I do want to take the opportunity to thank all of the people that make it possible for us to get through our work. And there are many, from the nonpartisan staff, our LCO, Heather Reeves, I didn't even know you were there, OLR, Lee Hansen. I know you might not have been able to participate today, and Alyssa Santos, who joined us. You guys are invaluable to us, and really, we couldn't get the work done without your dedication and hard work, and often your cheerfulness, even when it's a late night phone call, which we appreciate. And we also have our clerks. I know that, Cameron, you get a lot of demands made on you, and you've had excellent support here from Ian. And so I really appreciate both of you and everything you've done. We have policy staff that help us from all caucuses. And then clearly, I appreciate the support from my co-chair and for all the committee members. So I appreciate all of you and just wanted a chance to say that in case we don't have an opportunity to meet or don't have a reason to meet next Tuesday.
Thank you, Senator. I'm glad that you did that. Thank you all for the hard work and the dedication that you provide to this committee. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam and Mr. Chair. I would like to, in addition to all the other folks, I appreciate Cameron and Ian having those packets bright and early for me when I get in the morning. So very much appreciate that. And also to our legal staff, Greg Hannon and Sarah Santone, who has covered for Greg from time to time when needed. Keeping us up to speed. Very much appreciate the support of all the people in the room and my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments of the committee? Well,
we should thank Molly and Chris since I didn't want to.
yeah, no, absolutely. Molly, Chris, and our ranking teams that do their research and the hard work to help us. So with that, motions recess.
So moved.
What? Yeah, I'm gonna do that next. Yep. So moved and seconded. Voting and attendance will be held open for 2 hours. So we will be holding votes open, I want to say until 4 o'clock. Thank you.
See you, everybody. I'll be back Wednesday.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now. Okay. Do you have the agenda?
Just 1 second. All right. All set.
I'm just going through, making sure I'm in the right order. We're a little out. Okay, so I have HB 6953.
Yes.
You got it? Yes. And then next I have SB 1427.
Yes.
Understood. And then we have Senate Bill 830.
Yes.
Got it. Senate Bill 1484.
Yes.
Got it. Senate Bill 1487.
Yes.
Senate Bill 1274.
Yes.
Got it. Senate Bill 1275.
Yes.
House Bill 6905.
Yes.
House Bill 6906.
Yes.
House Bill 5605.
Yes.
House Bill 6409.
Yes.
House Bill 6413.
Yes.
House Bill 7047.
Yes.
House Bill 5704.
Yes.
And then Senate Bill 828.
Yes.
Got it. And that is it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.